Game of Tarts by Wendy Meadows. Narrated by Lily Jane. Chapter 1. I gaze up at an enormous pink bubble of gum expanding into a clear blue sky. When I raise my hand to touch it, the stretched, rubbery surface bounces against the pressure. It sways and hovers there, a few feet off the ground. A voice whispers in my head, "Bubblegum." A sugary, fruity taste washes over my tongue. As I watch, the giant gum bubble drifts lower toward me. Just then, the bottom surface touches the grassy lawn. The bubble bursts in my face with a deafening boom. I jump 3 feet backward and tumble out of bed. I hit the wooden floor hard and jolt out of a sound sleep. I swim through acres of bedspread to disentangle myself from the sheets. I emerge to consciousness to see the morning sun streaming through the curtains. My head whips around. The bedside clock reads 9:38 a.m. Holy bejesus! I was supposed to open the candy store over an hour ago. What is wrong with me? Why didn't my alarm wake me up? I snatch the clock off the nightstand and check the switch on the side. Then I slap my forehead and groan. I forgot to set my alarm. I rush for the closet and trip over the bedspread still knotted around my ankles. I stumble and slam into the bedpost. I bounce off with an oof and almost fall flat on my face when I catch one foot in the bedspread again. I kick the lump of feathers to vent my frustration, but I walk to the closet like the dignified older woman I'm supposed to be. I get dressed as fast as I can, but I still wind up sticking both feet down the same leg of my pants. I take 5 minutes more to straighten out the confusion. I yank the brush through my hair and snarl it in knots. When I try to free myself, I get it frayed. Even when I unwind it, my hair won't obey me no matter what I do. I spend far too long trying to plaster down one frizzy wing that keeps popping out of place. Nothing I do will get it to behave. I can't spend any more time on my looks. I bolt out of the house, going a mile a minute. This is one time I wish I had a car so I could get to the shop faster. As soon as I get outside, I encounter Mary King coming down the steps of the grand house next door. She wears her supermarket apron, jeans, and white sneakers. Her clothes make her look casual compared to the dowdy dresses she used to wear. A pink scrunchie holds her sandy hair in a ponytail behind her head that adds to the air of carefree youth surrounding her. She approaches the shiny red sedan parked in the driveway. I stop to admire the vehicle. "Wow, Mary, nice car." She breaks into a beautiful smile. Crimson blush colors her cheeks now. I can hardly remember the sallow cadaver I first met when I moved into this house 3 months ago. "Thanks, Margaret. Ever since I picked up more shifts at the supermarket in Peterborough, I earned enough money to buy it." "Good for you." "I couldn't have done it without you helping me pass the driver's test," she goes on. "My mother always told me I was too stupid to drive a car. She said I would wreck and kill someone." "You passed that test all by yourself," I remind her. "You took the driver's training course, and you studied every night for a month to get your license. You should be proud of yourself." She lowers her eyelashes before she steals a hesitant peek around her, but her cheeks glow and her eyelids flutter. "I am. You've made amazing progress. No one would ever believe what you've accomplished since your mother died." "She wouldn't believe it," Mary remarks. "She always said I would never amount to anything." I pause to study her. She's a different person. She shows some expression on her face when she talks. Every day, she appears happier and more confident. Do you know what, Mary? I think your mother knew all along that you were smart and capable and that you could do anything you set your mind to. She must have known when you got that scholarship to Cambridge. No. Mary shakes her head. She always said I was worthless and no one would ever hire me for anything more than stocking shelves. She had to say that, I tell her. She had to crush your spirit to make you stay at home. She had to make you believe it, but she always knew it wasn't true. That's the only way she could keep control of you. I don't think she ever really believed you were stupid. Her eyes widen and her mouth falls open. Do you really think so? You think she lied to me all those years? I'm certain of it. She blinks at nothing. I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. My mother really thought I was smart. She really thought I could do it. No doubt about it. Her features clear and her eyes snap at me with new energy. If that's true, then there's nothing I can't do. I really am smart. You sure are. You're a lot smarter than most people in this neighborhood. You're definitely smarter than your mother. That made her resent you and want to hurt you. She whips around and lunges for her car. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you for everything. I have to go to work now. See you later. I turn away, too. I can only imagine what challenge she'll take on next. It warms my heart to see her breaking down the barriers holding her back, especially the ones in her mind. It gives me hope for the world. I get to my garden gate when I encounter Kyle Davidson coming out of his house simultaneously. He waves, and his big Alsatian dog, Jonah, trots toward me. "Good morning, Margaret," Kyle exclaims. "Lovely morning, isn't it?" Yes, it is. I bend down to pat Jonah. The dog pushes his cool snout into my hand. Kyle never walks him on a leash, but I trust that dog with my life. He might be big and strong, but he's the steadiest, most reliable dog I've ever met. What do you two have planned for today? I have a job interview with a confidence training course using my Marine Corps training experience, Kyle tells me. I would love to train other Marines. That would be my dream job, but this would be nearly as good. I straighten up in a heartbeat. Does that mean you'd be moving away from us? I would hate to lose you. You're such an ideal neighbor, Kyle. I don't think so. The course is just over near Hartford, and they have intakes 4 times a year. I could still live here and go down to the course to run the training. That's wonderful, Kyle, I tell him. I didn't know you were looking for a job. I've been looking for a job since long before I moved to Rockshield, he replies. I've just gotten picky in my old age, I guess. I don't want to move away, and it's kind of hard to find anything close enough to home. I relax. That's great. I wish you all the best. He points down the street. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be getting off to work yourself? I blush and lower my gaze. I slept through my alarm this morning. At least I don't have to worry about the world ending if people don't get their peanut butter cups. He laughs. No, it won't, though you'd be surprised when you see the way some people act. You might find a few addicts hanging around your store waiting for you when you get there. They're probably smearing their greasy fingers all over your nice clean windows and drooling on the doorknob. I chuckle to myself and head down the street. I wave behind me. Good luck with the job interview. We leave in opposite directions. Only after I'm halfway down the block do I turn on my phone to check my emails. Right away, I see a voicemail. I press the phone to my ear and hear Patti Matthews' crackly old voice on the other end.
Good morning, Margaret. It's me, Patti. I just wanted to let you know I won't be coming into the store this morning. I have a family emergency. I hope you can manage without me. I hope I'll be back tomorrow. I'll let you know how things go. Thanks. Bye.
I frown at the phone. Family emergency? That's not like Patti. I never even knew she had a family. In the time since my son Zach and I moved to Rockshield, Connecticut, no one has mentioned any family of Patti's, including her. Maybe it's some relative out of town. I have to smile to myself. She doesn't even work at the candy store. She just wanders in and does odd jobs to keep herself amused. I suspected she was lonely and had no one else to hang out with during the day. As long as that's the case, I don't mind her coming in to sweep the floor and break down cardboard boxes. If that's all it takes to make a lonely old lady happy, I should be so lucky. It's funny her calling in sick to a job she doesn't even have. The more I let her work in the store, the more she acts like an employee. Next, she'll be balancing the books for me. Chapter 2. I hustle into town, but when I turn onto Main Street, I see the lights on in the candy store. When I get to the front door, I discover Zach behind the counter in his work apron. The jingle bells clang when I walk inside. Zach looks up from the jar of Turkish delight and grins. I dislike that grin. Well, look who joined us. Good morning, sleepyhead. I slot behind the counter next to him. You aren't supposed to be working this morning. Why didn't you wake me up? You were sound asleep. I could hear you snoring from downstairs. I figured you needed your rest after a late night. I snort and elbow him out of the way. You know perfectly well I didn't have a late night. You saw me go into my room at 9 o'clock last night, so don't imply anything. I'm too old to be having late nights. He doesn't laugh the way I expected. He doesn't even come out with any glancing comments about me having a hot date or tying a few too many on. He doesn't even smile. I figured maybe the stress of running your own business might be tiring you out. You've been pulling some long shifts lately, Mom. You should slow down. I can't slow down. I take out my inventory record and leaf through the pages. I've got a business to run, and you covering for me once in a while doesn't change that. I'm still responsible for this place. The whole operation rests on my shoulders. If I don't do it, no one will. He shakes his head. You could take a day off now and then. You've got me living under your roof. Covering for you 2 or 3 days a week is the least I can do. I spin around and narrow my eyes at him. 2 or 3 days a week? Are you insane? Why not? I can push candy to the local school kids as well as you can, and you can do your inventory on the days when you are working. You don't have to be here every single day. I shake my head and turn my steps toward the stockroom. I can't. I need to manage this place. That's what I signed up for, and that's what I'm going to do. He picks the inventory book out of my hands. You didn't sign up for an early grave. Go home, Mom. I got this, and you obviously need to catch up on sleep. I will not go home. I throw back my shoulders to confront him. I'm not a kid you can order around. This is my store. If someone's going home, it's you, mister. He cracks a wicked grin at last. I knew giving him attitude would break down his reserve. It always does. So, are you saying you want me to leave? Because I could, you know. He moves his hands to his apron strings threateningly. My hand shoots out to stop him. No, stay here. He gives an evil chuckle under his breath. That's what I thought. You need help, Mom. Maybe you should think about... I hold up my index finger. Don't even say it. What? He blinks his doe eyes at me. Don't say what? You were going to suggest I hire Patti to work here regularly. Well, you can just forget it. I won't hire her. I would rather hire someone else. I wasn't going to suggest that. He stops and looks around. Where is Patti anyway? She called in with a family emergency. She left a message on my phone. Zach moves back to the counter. He arranges packages of jelly beans under the glass, and I breathe a silent prayer of relief. He's not going anywhere. I couldn't run this place without him, and we both know it. I'm glad she's not coming in, he remarks. It seems like we never have the place to ourselves anymore. I'm telling you, Mom, she's taking advantage of you. You should give her the boot. She's a harmless old lady, I tell him, and she's not taking advantage of me if all she does is sweep and break down boxes. She talks too much, he mutters. Her cat probably got stuck up in a tree. That's probably her big family emergency. I have to laugh. As far as I'm concerned, and as long as I'm not paying her, she can come around as much as she likes. It gets lonely in here by myself all day long. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Mom. Zach straightens up to face me. I think we should both work in the store from now on. On a daily basis, I mean. You've got enough business that it's too much for one person. I'll work here each day from now on. I'll serve the customers, and you can do the management stuff. Oh, I couldn't do that. I fidget from one foot to the other at the thought. I couldn't ask you to do that. You're not asking me. I just suggested it. Come on, Mom. Think about it. This is a two-person operation now. If the traffic gets heavy, you can help me serve customers, but you need to focus on ordering, costs, and keeping this place running. You can't do that if you're spending all day on your feet handing out licorice. I study him sidelong. Are you serious about this? I am. If you are seriously considering hiring someone, it should be me, not someone you don't even know. You said before we left the city that this place would be your legacy to me. You said if it worked out, you would bequeath it to me. Well, what better way for me to earn it than to help you build it up? I blink at him in wonder. I never really thought about that. I always thought you would go off and do your own thing. Maybe I will, but you have to admit, Mom, this place got busy a lot faster than we expected. We have customers coming in all the time. You need another pair of hands, so what better pair than mine? I burst into a grin. Okay, you talked me into it. He hands me the inventory book. Good. Now get to work, slave. I want that inventory done by 11 o'clock. Chapter 3. I come out of the inventory room and hold the book out to Zach. All done, Admiral, sir. He takes it out of my hands. Good job, sailor. Now I think you better man the counter for a while. Everybody keeps asking for you. What did I tell you? Maybe I should teach you to do the management stuff while I serve the customers. That's an intriguing thought, but Before he can finish the sentence, the door rattles open again. Mr. Stewart barges in and slams the door extra hard. My spirits sink at the sight of him, and I can barely summon the energy to mumble, "Good morning, Mr. Stewart." He doesn't approach the counter. He strides along the front window and points across the street. Can you believe that? Of all the inconsiderate, selfish, arrogant, insulting... What is it, Mr. Stewart? I interrupt. That. He jabs his finger at the window.
Do you see that big delivery truck parked in front of my shop? This is the 10th time this week. That idiot doesn't even recognize when he's interfering with my ability to run a business.
I look out across Main Street. Mr. Stewart's dog grooming establishment sits directly opposite my candy store. A gargantuan semi-truck occupies almost the whole street. A massive crane takes up the rest of the space. Its swinging arm lifts piles of building materials off the truck and sets them down next to the new building going up in the lot next to Mr. Stewart's. I thought I saw a sign out front announcing Freeman's Coffee Canteen, I remark. What is he building now?
How should I know?
Mr. Stewart snarls.
He's a menace to the whole town.
He seems to be making a bigger show of his activities, Zach points out. That daycare center at the other end of town and the baker's dozen didn't cause anywhere near as much trouble. He nods toward the new bakery right next door to my candy store.
I won't stand for it,
Mr. Stewart snaps.
If he impedes my customers, I'll complain about him to the authorities. He can't do this to me.
Why don't you try talking to him? I suggest. Maybe if he knew he was causing you problems, he would attempt to avoid blocking your place.
I already have talked to him about it.
He whips around to bark at me.
He ought to know by now.
And what did he say?
He made some pathetic excuse about it only lasting a short time while he gets the place up and running. He said there won't be very many more trucks, but as you can see, that was poppycock.
I do my best to mollycoddle him into passivity. Maybe this is the last one. If he's got the building approved enough to open his doors, he can't be doing much else to it.
Then what's all that for?
Mr. Stewart thunders and waves his hand at the truck. I cast a glance at Zach. What am I supposed to do? Go try to reason with the guy myself? I don't know what to do. Mr. Stewart is always coming up with something to grouse about. I circle the counter to approach him. Here you go, Mr. Stewart. I know you don't eat candy, so please take this instead. I shove a piece of paper into his hand. He glances down at it.
What's this?
It's an invitation to our monthly sweet sale. We're holding it next Saturday. Maybe you'd like to come by and see if there's anything.
Why would I want to do that?
He cuts in.
Why would I care about a sweet sale if I don't eat candy?
Zach speaks up behind me. You don't, but maybe Mrs. Patterson does. A bolt of lightning shoots through Mr. Stewart at the mention of his secret lady friend. His expression changes in an instant. His eyes slide down to the flyer in his hand, and he nods.
Ah, yes, she does. Very well. I'll see about it.
The next minute, he jerks out of his trance and charges for the door. He barrels through it and slams his shoulder into Detective David Graham, who saunters in at the same moment. David shoots a glare over his shoulder.
What's he in such a hurry about?
He's annoyed about the trucks over at the new coffee shop, I tell him. Don't pay any attention. What can I do for you? Don't tell me you ate all that taffy you bought last week. He breaks into a smile.
Actually, I haven't touched it. I'm being especially well-behaved.
Let me guess, I tease. You stashed it at that man cave you call a house, and you haven't been back there since. Is that what you mean by being well-behaved? 'Cause if it is, I'm not buying it. He laughs, and his eyes sparkle.
No, actually, I have been home every night this week, but I haven't eaten any taffy. I decided to keep it for special occasions.
Do you mean like your retirement? Zach gasps from behind the counter.
Dang, Mom, go easy on a guy.
David laughs again.
It's okay. I came over here for a different kind of sweet. I want to know if you'd care to join me for a cup of coffee at the new place across the street.
Mr. Stewart would probably harbor a grudge against me for the rest of my natural life if he saw me setting foot in that place.
You just told me to ignore him, David points out. Which is it? 'Cause I'm following your lead on this.
I shift on my feet. I suppose we could go to the Happy-Go-Lucky instead.
Why should you?
Zach pipes up.
Mr. Stewart can't hold this town hostage just because he doesn't like someone. Freeman has as much right to run a business as anybody else. Anyway, I want to see what kind of place Freeman's is, David adds. I haven't even met the guy, so it's really professional curiosity. I'm supposed to know everybody in this town.
I hesitate, but Zach chimes in again. Go on, Mom. I'll cover things here until you get back. All right. I untie my apron. I was kind of interested in the new place, too. We leave the store. I shut the door behind me, and when I turn around, I see the big truck and the crane pulling out of Main Street. They leave a clear view of Mr. Stewart's and Freeman's coffee canteen. The new building represents the latest, greatest design. Spotless floor-to-ceiling windows twinkle in the morning sun. Umbrellas, tables, and chairs sit outside in tasteful arrangements to invite anybody to come sit down and have a nice cup of coffee. The warm, roasted smell of espresso wafts on the breeze. David steps off the sidewalk, and we cross toward the new cafe. I steal a glance at the dog grooming shop. I see Mr. Stewart through the windows, but he's got his back to me. Is this what I'm reduced to? Sneaking around so no one sees what I'm doing? We press on toward the new place. I catch sight of pallets of white sacks lined up against the side of the building. Through the plastic wrapping, I read the label, potting mix. So that's what the truck delivered. Now everything makes sense. Freeman completed the building. Now he's doing some landscaping. My shoulders slump when I realize Mr. Stewart probably won't have anything more to complain about. I dodged a bullet with that one. A short, broad-shouldered man in an immaculate chocolate brown suit meets us on the path leading to the door. A garish Rolex watch winks under his jacket cuff when he shakes hands with both of us. The toes of his gator skin boots curve up to a point like something out of an Arab harem. His wide face radiates goodwill and happiness, and he presses slips of paper into our hands, one after the other. Good morning. Welcome one and all. I'm Scott Freeman. I'm so pleased you could make it. Here's a coupon for a free cup of coffee. I'm sure you'll love our exclusive house blend. Go right on in. He walks around us like he's in a hurry to greet other customers, even though there's no one behind us. I take a few more steps before I notice David raising his eyebrows at me. I murmur under my breath. Is it just me, or did we just meet the ringmaster welcoming us to the circus? Chapter 4. David holds the door open, and I re-enter the candy store. Zach looks up from handing a paper bag to Stacy Kuntz, the owner of the Happy-Go-Lucky Cafe next door to Nichols' candy store. Hey, Stacy, I greet her. Don't tell me you ran out of strawberry shortcake taffy already after I sold you a 10-pound box. Stacy beams at me. You are so funny. You should use your talent. You could get famous. Zach rolls his eyes. Dear God, don't encourage her. Stacy cackles with laughter. No, darling, I'm not buying any strawberry shortcake taffy. I'm switching to sweet tarts. What? My eyes pop out of my head. What are you going to do with all that taffy? You can't think of letting it go to waste.
Oh, don't you worry, it won't go to waste. I'm just changing things up now and then. I figure I'll keep my customers guessing so they never know what they will get on their plate with their check. That way, they'll keep coming back to find out.
Good plan, David adds. Stacy leans close and lowers her voice to a whisper. Did I just see you coming from Freeman's coffee canteen? Yeah, we just tried it out, I tell her. But he's no threat to you, Stacy. He's not offering full meals like you are. He's got some biscotti and cookies and a few cakes. I'm sure you will lose no business with him in town.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me.
Stacy waves her hand at me.
I always say a community is like a family. We should welcome new people into the fold and treat each other well.
It's too bad not everybody sees it that way. I cast a glance over my shoulder toward Mr. Stewart's.
You can say that again, Stacy remarks. You should have heard Alan Harris, the owner of the new Baker's Dozen, when I said the same thing to him. He said a family keeps to themselves. He said it's not open for just any outsider to walk in and make themselves at home. Can you believe the nerve of him?
I shake my head in disbelief. That's outrageous coming from a man who's been in business in this town only a few weeks. What does he want us to do? Drive out every new business owner that comes along after him? Stacy gives me a curt nod.
A tiger can't change his stripes. It goes to show the content of a person's character. You know what I mean?
She sails out of the shop without waiting for an answer. David touches my arm to get my attention. I better get back to work. You two keep out of trouble. He leaves, and I shut the door behind him. When I turn around, I find Zach regarding me with his head on one side. What? Nothing. He breaks into activity. He sprays glass cleaner on the counter and rubs it off. I slink closer. You're thinking something. What is it? Nothing. He glances up at me. He's a nice guy. I halt dead in my tracks. Do you mean David? No, Mom, he drawls. I mean the other guy across town. Of course I mean David. What other nice guy is there that I could be referring to? I thought you were against, He shrugs. I guess I was originally wary about you seeing somebody. You know I only want to protect you from getting hurt again. But now that I see you two together, I'm warming up to the idea. You might be, I counter. I don't know if I am. Why not? What's wrong with him? Nothing's wrong with him, I reply. It's me I'm worried about. You? What's wrong with you? I'm 45, I tell him. I'm getting too old for this nonsense. Okay, so he's a nice guy. I won't argue with that. We have a lot of fun together, and we share a lot of laughs, but that's about it. I've got my own stuff to deal with. I'm running a business. That's about all I can handle at the moment. He stares at me in shock. You can't be serious. Why not? You said yourself I'm pushing myself too hard. I can barely get up on time in the morning to keep this place open. Now you want to throw a man into the mix? I don't have time for it. He smacks his lips and shakes his head. You're not doing a very good job of pulling my leg, Mom. Who's pulling your leg? All that romance and stuff is for young people. I'm too busy and too old and too... He waits for me to finish. Too what? Too gray? Is that the problem? I blush and turn away. I am not having this conversation with my son. He follows me toward the stockroom. Don't ask me what I plan to do in there, as long as I don't have to discuss my love life with a 20-year-old boy. You're lonely, Mom. You've been hiding it ever since you left Dad. You're trying to protect yourself from getting hurt again, but I think we both know Detective Graham would never do that to you. I wheel around to confront him, but when I do, I can't think of one good thing to say to argue with him. The pathetic truth is that he's right. I just didn't want to admit it. He hit the nail on the head, and it's the same sob story David has been living with for the last 15 years. We both turned our backs on love to protect ourselves from any further pain. Zach wilts under my gaze. He pulls his head down between his shoulders. I won't push you, Mom. I only want you to be happy. If you can get that with David Graham, you won't get any argument from me. He returns to the counter and leaves me alone with my thoughts. I already finished the inventory, so hiding in the stockroom is just a cheap way for me to avoid him until I calm down enough to face the world. What's wrong with me? Why should I come up with these excuses to get out of feeling anything for David? The truth is, I do feel something for him. I feel a lot for him. I feel hopeful and youthful and excitable. Why should I fight it? Now that Zach is offering to shoulder some responsibility for running the store, the I don't have time argument doesn't hold any water either. When I return to the front room, I discover Zach handing a bag of lemon drops to one of our Navy neighbors, Greg. He shoots me a grin. There you are, Margaret. I thought you'd be kicking back at home on your off day. Her? Zach guffaws with mockery. She doesn't take off days. She's a workaholic. Greg blinks. Really? Is that true, Margaret? I always thought you were the laid-back type. Don't listen to Zach, Greg, I reply. He's trying to arm wrestle me into taking him on as a business partner. Greg frowns. I thought you already were. That's what he'd like to think. I jerk my thumb at Zach. We already are, Zach tells him. She just doesn't know it yet. We all laugh, and Greg takes his bag. When he puts out his hand for the doorknob, all three of us stop dead at the sight of another truck rumbling into Main Street. It parks right in front of Freeman's coffee canteen. Oh no, I whisper. Zach comes to Greg's side. What is that guy doing? Mining for gold in the backyard? He certainly isn't making many friends in this town, I remark. You can say that again, Greg adds. You should have heard Simone Peretti from the antiques shop the other day. I went in there to see if she could get a replacement lens for an old Navy storm lantern. It's a collectible, so if Simone can't get it, no one can. She was all down in the mouth about slow sales and all the trucks and noise from the construction sites. She's not the only one either. I know. Mr. Stewart was in here whinging about it earlier. Not just him, Greg returns. I went into the baker's dozen to try their new donuts, and I nod. Alan Harris. You never heard such venom, Greg whispers. I mean, God. What's the matter with him? I ask. You would think someone who moved into a new town would be more interested in getting on good terms with the locals than making a buck. He's hardly even a local, Greg points out. He hasn't even been here as long as you, Margaret, and I feel like I've known you and Zach for years. You guys are locals, even if you have only been here a few months. He just moved in, and he's already looking for enemies. Not a good plan, I'd say. I have to smile. You're right, Greg. He jumps for the door. I better get out of here before my ears start burning. He rushes out of the shop, and the door bangs shut behind him. Zach and I stand still and watch another behemoth truck park right in front of Mr. Stewart's shop. I can just imagine the street war that's going to break out over this latest affront. Am I the only one who believes, like Stacy, that we should all be family? At least the longtime residents of Rockshield think of me that way. I wouldn't want to move into a new town and soil my own bed the way these people are. Chapter 5. My keys rattle in the lock, opening the shop door. I let myself in and lock the door behind me. I'm not ready to open yet. I have too much to do to get ready for our sweet sale. I set 3 alarms each night nowadays. I don't let myself sleep in. Zach complains about the noise first thing in the morning, but I accepted his suggestion. He comes into the store every day now. Sometimes he doesn't come in until 11 o'clock in the morning, or sometimes later, but at least he comes in to give me a break. When he does come, I can sit down in my closet of an office and think. I can concentrate on the books and my cost analysis in peace while he tends the customers. I'll be the first to admit it makes a world of difference. I'm not as tired, and the business is thriving. The next step is to train him on the management. I hesitate to take that step. I don't want to let go of the reins just yet, but he's right. This is his legacy, and I won't be around to run the place forever. If he wants to get involved and take over, who am I to stop him? He'll inherit the store from me. He might as well get involved in making it a success while he's young and enthusiastic. I count off the remaining flyers and check the trays of chocolate in the fridge. I draw a map of the town. I mark off the shops and houses where I want to knock on doors and give out free samples along with the flyers promoting the sweet sale. Once that's done, I pause to get a bearing on my overall project. When I gaze out the window, I see the lights on over at the coffee canteen. So Scott Freeman is an early bird just like me. I could use a cup of coffee right now. I put everything away and lock the door behind me. I dart across the street and up the walk to the coffee canteen. But when I get there, I see the closed sign still on the door. In a fit of spite, I grab the door and give it a yank. To my surprise, it swings open in my grasp. I hang back. I don't want to enter a closed cafe, but if it's closed, why is the door open and the light on? I don't see anybody either. Scott isn't out front to greet his new customers. The young girl that served David and me yesterday isn't behind the counter. The place echoes with an ominous silence. I look back over my shoulder. The candy store is still locked, and I'm not due to open for another 20 minutes. Something weird is going on. Should I go inside? Should I walk away? Maybe Scott's around here somewhere. He might be in his office working out the last details before he opens, but that only begs the question, why would he leave the front door standing open? Did he forget to flip the closed sign around? That doesn't seem like a mistake he would make. No, one casual glance around the cafe tells me he's a stickler for every detail. He wouldn't unlock the door without turning the sign. I put my foot over the threshold and call out as loudly as I can. Scott? Mr. Freeman? Is anyone here? My voice answers me, bouncing off the walls. The building rings with silence. Something is definitely not right. I tiptoe a little farther toward the counter. Mr. Freeman? Where are you? I arrive at the counter and hear a telltale gurgling noise coming from the espresso machine. Steam trickles out of the milk frother. While I stand there with every sense strained, A thud of bubbles rises from the hot water urn. Someone has been here in the last few minutes. Someone opened the cafe and turned on all the equipment to get ready for another day. Where are they now? A creepy, crawling prickle of apprehension steals up my spine. I better get out of here before something terrible happens. I'm about to turn away when my eye lands on a mottled pattern down on the floor. I bend over and see a single gator skin boot sticking into view. I charge around the counter in a flurry and drop to my knees next to Scott Freeman. He lies with his head propped against the reach-in cooler under the espresso machine. He wears the same outfit as yesterday, and I see right away he's not breathing. I yank my phone out of my pocket and dial 911. The cops take ages to get there. When the first squad car screeches to a halt in front of the coffee canteen, I almost die of relief when David gets out. I meet him at the door, panting for breath. "Oh, thank God you're here!"
"What's going on?"
he asks.
"The dispatcher said there was a dead body on the premises."
I nod fast. "Scott Freeman, he's not breathing. I found him there when I came in to get a cup of coffee this morning."
"You shouldn't have gone inside."
"I wouldn't have if I had known I would find him dead," I fire back. The door was unlocked and the lights were on. The place looked open, except for the closed sign on the door. He furrows his brow.
"That's odd."
"Not as odd as the place being deserted like that. I called out to him, but he didn't answer. I was just about to leave when I saw his shoes." I conduct him over the body. He checks Scott's pulse.
"He's cold. He must have been dead long before you found him."
"How is that possible?" I ask. "The place is all set up to open for business. Are you telling me he turned on the espresso machine at 4 o'clock this morning?" He looks around at the equipment.
"You're right. That is odd."
"What do you think killed him?" He crouches next to the body.
"I don't see any signs of foul play. It could have been medical. The forensics team is right behind me. You should go back to your own shop. I'll be around later today to get your statement."
"You've already got my statement," I counter.
"Then you have no more reason to stick around."
He pulls on a pair of latex gloves.
"Just show me what you touched so we know where to find your prints."
I touched the front door, and I bent over the counter like this. I place both hands on the counter and lean forward.
"Okay."
He turns his attention to the body.
"I'll see you later."
I don't move. I watch him lift Scott's jacket lapel with a pen and lay it back down. David glances up.
"Did you hear me, Margaret? You can't stay here."
"Why not? Can't I at least watch?" He raises his eyebrows.
"Don't you have a business to run?"
I look away. "Yeah, but..."
"Don't think you're going to get involved in this case like you did last time."
He draws himself up to his full height. I don't like the look in his eye.
"You're a civilian, Margaret, and the last time you got involved in a murder investigation, you wound up in the hospital with a broken leg."
"That won't happen this time, I promise. Just let me..."
"How do you know it won't happen again?"
he asks.
"I'm warning you. Keep out of this."
"So you think it's a murder?" His arms fly out from his sides.
"Will you cut that out? We just found the body, and you just heard me say there's nothing to suggest foul play. Now, will you please go back to your shop, or wherever it is you're going to go? There's no sense sticking your nose into this when we haven't even informed the poor guy's widow what happened."
Before I can say anything, he grabs my arm and frog marches me out of the cafe. He gives me a push onto the walk and shuts the door in my face. I stand on the flagstones and watch him through the front windows until the forensics team shoves me out of the way. They stream into the cafe, and I get shunted aside. So, he thinks I should keep my nose out of this, does he? So he thinks I'm too weak and airheaded to get involved. I'll show him. Chapter 6. Zach scowls at me. "Where do you think you're going, young lady?" I laugh in his face. "You might be able to cow me into submission when it comes to the store, but not this time. I'm going out." He hurries after me to the door and stands aside while I put on my coat. "Are you going out with Detective Graham?" I blush to my eyelashes and look down at the carpet. "Not that it's any of your business, but no, I'm not." "Where are you going then?" I throw back my head and look him square in the eye. "Darling, I'm more than 25 years older than you. I was going out on my own before you were born, and I can go out on my own now without explaining my every move to my son. I'll be back in an hour or two." "Mom," he begins, but I shut the door behind me so I don't hear the rest of whatever he was about to say. I stride down the street, more annoyed with myself than with Zach. Him being protective of me is one thing. This trend of him acting like my father has gone too far. I need to stand up for myself more around him. I suppose these are just the growing pains of us finding the right way to relate to each other as adults. On the one hand, I'm supporting him. He's living in my house while I pay all the bills. I give him a job in my store, and I tell him what to do. Maybe he's trying to compensate by flexing his authority in our personal lives. Neither of us has figured out how to interact without somebody being on top and the other person being on the bottom. Well, it's got to change. I don't mind talking to him about my relationship with David Graham. Ha! What relationship? There is no relationship. We're friends, nothing more. Anyway, even if there was a relationship, I couldn't let my son tell me what to do or give him veto power over my life. That would end in disaster. I would wind up in the same predicament I was in when I left his father. I shudder when I see history repeating itself. I can't let this happen with Zach. I have to stand up for myself. I have to assert my own will, no matter what. I have to make Zach respect that I'm my own person. If he doesn't respect me, he'll have to go. Heaven knows he's old enough to support himself. I walk through town. I bow my head when I see David's cruiser parked in front of the bakery. I slip past to the houses beyond. On the other side of Rockshield, another neighborhood like my own extends to the highway leading down the coast. I see the same houses, some nicer than others. I follow the address I looked up on the internet and come to a large, fancy house with morning glories trailing around the porch posts. I pause at the picket fence to study the place. It looks modern enough, but not modern enough to be recently built. It's been here for a while, along with most of the other houses on this street. I let myself into the yard and tap the brass knocker on the door. A woman in a skin-tight beige mini dress answers. A cloud darkens her face when she sees me.
"Can I help you?"
I stick out my hand. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Freeman. I'm Margaret Nichols. I own the Nichols candy store in town. I met your husband yesterday. I just wanted to come over and offer my condolences on your loss. If there's anything you need, please let me know." She freezes. She glances down at my hand, but she doesn't offer to shake it.
"You were the one who found him, aren't you? The police said so."
I let my hand drop. Yes, I was. I went into the coffee canteen for a cup of coffee this morning. She throws up her hands and spins away on her stiletto heels.
Oh, well, you might as well come in then. I've had a parade of people in and out of this place all day. One more won't hurt.
She teeters into her house. I steal into her house and wind up in a living room with a high plaster ceiling. All the most expensive furniture decorates the room, along with paintings on the walls in antique gilded frames. Scott's widow flings herself into an Edwardian armchair. She drapes her slender arms over it with practiced ease. I scan the room in astonishment. You and Scott have done well for yourselves. I wouldn't expect an entrepreneur to afford a house like this when he was just starting out. I flash back to Scott's Rolex and his gator skin boots. That guy had some serious money, and now I see it on display for the world to see. I wonder if David noticed when he broke the bad news. Mrs. Freeman doesn't look too distraught about her husband's death.
Scott was not an entrepreneur.
She rolls the word on her tongue in obvious distaste.
He was a franchisee. He opened 3 franchises of the coffee canteen and sold them all at a tidy profit before he moved here.
Her lip curls when she surveys the room. I imagine her looking around Rockshield and not seeing anything that meets her standards.
He never stayed anywhere long enough to lose any money. He worked his tail off morning, noon, and night. Sometimes I didn't see him for days when he started a new project.
That must have put a strain on your marriage, I remark.
As long as he kept his balance sheet balanced, I didn't care what he did. As long as he was working all hours, at least he was out of my hair.
I can't listen to this. I sink into the nearest chair with a sigh. Look, Mrs. Freeman.
Call me Sophie.
She snaps.
You may be the one who found him, but that strapping detective says someone poisoned Scott long before you went into the cafe.
My head shoots up. Scott was poisoned?
That's what the cops say. Apparently, they found traces of something in his mouth. They didn't even have to wait for the autopsy to identify it. They took a swab, and one of the lab guys poured some chemical on it to test it, and it came up positive.
My heart races in my chest. Can you remember what poison it was? Did Detective Graham tell you? She points at me.
That's the one, Detective Graham. He's a peach, isn't he?
I cringe hearing another woman talk about David like this. I don't even want to look at this woman and think about him looking at her. She's everything I am not. Tall, svelte, gorgeous, loaded. Man, I've got to stop thinking like this, or I'll mess my head up something fierce. I pull myself together with an effort. So, did he tell you what poison it was? She cocks her head to examine the ceiling.
He said something about almonds. That's all I can remember.
She waves her hand.
I didn't pay much attention, to be honest with you.
Almonds? Was it cyanide?
It might have been. I didn't really listen to everything he said.
My mind goes into a tailspin. So Scott Freeman was poisoned, and David never mentioned it. He would know I would chomp at the bit to find out any detail about this case, and he kept it to himself. He came to the candy store to take my statement exactly the way he said he would, and he kept mum about this little nugget of information. So he thinks he can keep me off the case by withholding vital details. Well, I wasn't born yesterday, and I never backed down on a challenge yet. I straighten up to face Sophie. Can you think of anyone who might have wanted your husband dead? She bursts into loud laughter. Too loud, if you ask me. She brays like a mule. Her voice doesn't sound like the laugh of a bereaved widow. She bares all her perfect white teeth, but her eyes don't light up with mirth the way a person's eyes should light up when they hear something hilarious. Her laughter gives me the creeps.
I could think of hundreds of people who wanted him dead, including me. Oh, you don't have to get all shocked about it. He had a magnificent life insurance policy. I'll never lack for anything. I'll get more income now than when he was alive, and now that he's dead, I won't have to listen to him complain about the employees or the competition or the accounts or any of that. I won't have him waking me up at 3 a.m. with his temper that the biscotti wasn't fresh, or the city council contaminated the water supply, or whatever it was. I can live my life in peace with Scott's money.
I gape at her in mute horror. How can anybody sit here and say these things about a dead man? Scott worked the last years of his life like a dog to give her a good life. And for what? Now she's riding off into the sunset with his money, and she doesn't even care that he's dead. She's a heartless fiend, but sitting across from her, I get the sense she's not a murderer. She's too shallow and self-centered even for that. Scott might have been a lousy husband, but he was still Sophie's meal ticket, her goose that laid the golden eggs. She wouldn't have destroyed that. She was probably too wrapped up in the possibility of getting even more out of him. I gather my resolve to persist. I don't suppose it's likely any of his old employees could have followed him here to kill him.
I don't see why they would have. He left them all very well off. He made a point of it. He promoted everyone and gave them raises before he sold the cafes. He said it never paid to stiff your employees. He treated them like kings, and they loved him for it. They were all very sorry to see him go.
I can't say the same for the people of this town, I remark. Did you know he made a few people angry, moving in the way he did?
That's their problem, she countered. Business is business. If he took someone's customers, that only means they weren't good enough to keep them in the first place. It serves them right.
Well, he obviously made someone mad enough to kill him. I'd say that's not very good business. She rolls her eyes and looks away.
Do we really have to go through this? I went through all this with the police. What do you care about a dead guy anyway?
Let's just say I'm naturally curious. I found Scott's body, and now that I know he was murdered, I want to find out who did it. She wags her finger at me.
Well, if you find out, you let me know. I want to know who did it, too.
I stiffen. You do?
Of course. I might be a spineless gold digger, but I'm not a monster. I cared about Scott, even if I did fall out of love with him years ago. I want to know who killed him. I want that son of a gun brought to justice.
I blink at her in wonder. I never would have pegged her for the caring type. She hides it under acres of granite. I snap out of my trance. Well, if I find anything, I'll let you know. I'm sure the police wouldn't like a civilian sticking their nose into their murder investigation.
You never know. A second pair of eyes on the case can't hurt.
Her eyes pop open.
Hey, I just had a brilliant idea. You could work on the case for me. You could be like my private eye, just like in the TV shows. That would be great.
I blush. Thank goodness David isn't around to hear this. He would have a conniption fit. I don't know about that. I'm just an interested party. I'm not really a detective, and I'm sure the investigating officer wouldn't be happy with me interfering. Boy, am I sure about that. I would catch flack for the rest of my life if I went along with this. Sophie's not taking no for an answer, though.
Don't pay any attention to them. They're just a bunch of flat-footed desk jockeys. You're on the case. So, who do you think are the prime suspects? I scratch the back of my neck. As reluctant as I am to let her infect me with her enthusiasm, I like the idea of investigating this case independently from David, not to say behind his back. I could never do that. Well, Scott didn't have any friends around this town. A lot of the local business owners are mad at him for stealing their customers. What about that new bakery on the other end of town? She asks.
I start in alarm at the mention of Alan Harris. I didn't want to bring up his name right away, even if he did say a lot of nasty things about Scott. What about him?
Whoever opened that bakery just moved into town and set up shop, Sophie points out. He stole business from the cafe that was already there. I don't see anybody poisoning him to drive him out of business.
I examine her in a new light. She might be a gold digger, but she's not as stupid as I first imagined. She's full of surprises, this woman. You're right. I didn't think of that. He would have taken business from the happy-go-lucky cafe. No one made a stink about that, but Scott did some other things to bother people. His construction vehicles were always blocking the neighbor's shop and causing a lot of noise and congestion. It's not enough to get a man killed, but it sure ruffles a few feathers.
I can see I've got the right person on the job. You follow up all your leads, or whatever it is you do in detective work.
My cheeks burn. Just so you know, I'm not a detective. I'm a candy store owner. Whatever you do, don't let the police hear you calling me a detective, or I could get in big trouble. She shrugs and gets to her feet.
You're not a member of the police, but you can still be a detective. You're what do you call it? You're a private investigator. Yeah, that's what you are.
I don't know how to answer that. When she puts it like that, it sounds right, even when I know I shouldn't get involved in this case. She guides me back to the front door and re-erects her impenetrable veneer of sociable charm and panache.
So nice of you to drop by, Miss Nichols. I hope to see you again soon.
She shuts the door in my face. Chapter 7. I wander back to my house, full of my own thoughts. So Scott Freeman was poisoned with cyanide in his own coffee house. He was in the middle of his morning routine to open the establishment, so whoever did it must have known his routine pretty well. They must have either snuck into the coffee canteen ahead of time or somehow got in while Scott was still working. Then again, the door was unlocked. Maybe the killer either walked right in or introduced himself to Scott. The killer might have gotten inside under the pretext of wanting to talk to Scott about whatever beef made the killer kill him. I can just picture the scene. The killer comes to the door and knocks. The door is locked, of course, at that hour of the morning. Scott would have no reason to leave it unlocked before he opened for business. Scott comes to the door and unlocks it to ask the killer what he or she wants. The killer explains they just want to talk to him about insert topic here. Scott agrees and lets the killer in. Scott runs a coffee shop. What's the very first thing he does when someone comes around wanting to discuss some sensitive subject? He offers the person a cup of coffee. He pours the coffee, and he and the killer enjoy a little tete-a-tete of conversation to get warmed up. Finally, the killer trots out whatever is seriously bothering him. The exchange heats up, and emotions run high. In the course of the increasing tension, Scott gets up to pace around the room, thinking about what the killer is saying. He leaves his coffee cup sitting on the counter within arm's reach of the killer. While he paces, he turns his back on the killer just long enough for the killer to pour the poison into his coffee cup. After a minute or two of impassioned argument and debate on the problem, the killer puts out his hand to Scott. He says something to the effect of, "Come on, man, we can work this out. Come and sit down, and let's figure this out man to man." Scott relents and sits down. Both men pick up their cups and drink in the spirit of comradely negotiation. At least, it's comradely on Scott's part. The killer watches Scott's Adam's apple bob up and down when he swallows, and his heart skips a beat. He's done it. He finally killed that moronic, interfering peacock with his own cursed coffee. The killer keeps his cool for another couple of minutes. They banter about the issue and how it's really not such a big deal. Through the whole exchange, the killer secretly celebrates his victory until, suddenly, a look of startled horror bursts onto Scott's face. His eyes stare in shock at the killer. He tries to grab at his throat, but his hands and arms won't obey him. His cup falls to the floor with a clatter. He topples off his stool and collapses on the floor at the killer's feet. The killer glares down at him with menacing hatred. The killer gets up, puts his coffee cup in the dishwasher, and saunters out of the building, back to his own business. The whole scene makes perfect sense. Even the part about the killer being a man completes the scenario. I just can't imagine a woman doing that, though I can't think why. Poison is a woman's weapon. I read that somewhere, and I can't find any fault with it. When a man gets angry enough to kill someone, he turns to violence, even if it's calculated and premeditated. Still, I can't picture a woman killing Scott. Sophie definitely didn't do it. She wouldn't sully her manicured nails with anything as plebeian as killing someone. If she wanted Scott dead, she would have hired someone to do it. Scott didn't know any other women around this town well enough to inspire them to murder. At least, I haven't found out about any yet. I turn into my street and spot David's car parked in front of my house. I hesitated to go near it. Then I rally and continue on the rest of the way. I halt next to the car and peer through the window. "What are you doing sitting out here?" He fidgets in his seat. "I went up to the door. Your son told me you weren't home." I wait for him to say something else, but he won't even look at me. Now that's a scene I can definitely picture. I can just imagine big, courageous Detective Sergeant David Graham shuffling his feet on the porch like a teenaged boy, while my son, Zach, stares him down. I can just hear Zach's voice dropping a register to inform the detective that I'm not home. I bite back a smile. Zach must have made him uncomfortable, and now he's lurking in his car, waiting for me to come home. I wave to him. "Come on, let's go inside." He doesn't move. He clenches his fists around the steering wheel and scowls through the windshield. "I don't think I should." "It's my house," I inform him. "I can bring you inside if I want to." His eyes slide my way for an instant. "Maybe this isn't such a great idea. I mean, what if he—" "Stop it!" I snap. "He's my son, and he's a fraction of our age. We can't let him dictate what we do, and we can't hang around here like a couple of whipped puppies while he sits inside my house like the lord of the manor. His head whips around in surprise. Then he breaks into a grin. You're right. He kicks the door open and swings out of the car. He climbs to his feet, and I see a potted geranium in his hand. What's that for? He holds it out to me. It's a present for your garden, to apologize for being a jerk at the cafe this morning. I open my mouth to tell him to forget it, but he cuts me off. I really have to learn to watch my mouth. I didn't realize until I met you I could be so colossally rude. I'm sorry, and I can only hope you'll put up with it long enough for me to break the habit. I lower my eyes to the plant to avoid looking at him. Thank you. When you put it like that, it sounds like I might put up with it a little longer. Thank you. He pushes the pot into my hand. I know how much you enjoy gardening. I was thinking maybe, things might blossom. My gaze shoots to his face. Between us, you mean? Between us, and with the plant, and with your garden. Well, all of it, really. I snort with laughter. Is that your idea of a pun? His mouth twists with mirth, and his eyes glisten with moisture. Pretty bad, isn't it? I jerk my head toward the house. Let's go around back, and I'll find a place to put this. He tags after me through the gate into the backyard. He keeps casting sidelong glances at the house, and he speaks in an undertone. Are you sure he won't mind? Are you listening to yourself? Since when do you take orders from him? I just don't want to cause trouble, he replies. I don't want any friction with him about us, I put the geranium down near the back steps and turn on the hose. There won't be. He's okay with it. Are you sure? He didn't act okay with it when I talked to him early. He frowns toward the windows, like Zach's going to jump out at him any second. Maybe that was just your own anxiety playing out. Or maybe he sensed it and acted the opposite way to make you uncomfortable. Don't you see? What he thinks doesn't matter. All that matters is what we think. If we want things to blossom, as you say, why shouldn't they? He's not in charge here. He puffs out his cheeks and breathes a heavy sigh. I'm glad to hear you say that. I would hate to think of coming between you two. I laugh out loud at the thought. You won't. Besides, he's okay with it. Are you sure? Well, he said so if he isn't, that's his own problem. He nods, but he still frowns to himself. Okay, I guess I can live with that. I fist bump his shoulder. Will you lighten up? How are things supposed to blossom between us with you tiptoeing around waiting to get caught by big bad Zach? Did you come here to see me, or did you come here to cower and scrape? He shakes himself. Sorry, you're right. I've got to get this whole thing in perspective. Imagine if the shoe was on the other foot and he was coming around your place to ask your daughter out. You would give him a hard time and make him stutter and call you Mr. Graham. But underneath it all, you would wish him well and be happy about your daughter dating him. He snickers under his breath. You're right. I would do exactly that. He's doing the same thing to you. Just remember that. And remember, I'm not his daughter. I'm his mother, and he's living in my house. He's protective of you, he points out. I appreciate that, and I don't want him to stop being protective. I think it's really cool what you two have. I don't want to disturb that. I let the hose drop to the ground and smack my lips. David, please, I just told you he's okay with it. He nods and kicks a stone off the path.
Right.
So, I nod toward the house. Do you want to come inside?
I better not. I have to get back to the station. I have a bunch of calls to make to Scott Freeman's former employees. I have to see if any of them held a grudge against him.
I freeze at the mention of the case. I shouldn't say it. I keep telling myself over and over, don't say it, don't say it, even as I know I'm about to. Why didn't you tell me Scott was poisoned? You took my statement this afternoon, and you never mentioned it. You knew I would want to know, and you kept it from me. He throws up both hands and spins away.
Oh, for pity's sake.
I talked to Scott's widow, I tell him. She told me. He marches up to me and props his hands on his hips.
Don't even tell me that. Don't you even stand here and tell me you talked to Scott's widow.
Why shouldn't I talk to her? I keep digging myself into a deeper hole with every passing minute. No amount of bluster can hide it. I found Scott's body. I wanted to offer my condolences. He fixes me with hard, piercing eyes.
Do you take me for a fool, Margaret? Do I look like an idiot to you, standing here?
Of course not. It's just that...
Then don't feed me that line about wanting to offer your condolences. He fires back. You went there to investigate the murder.
How could I do that when I didn't know at the time he was murdered? I counter. I had no reason to believe he was murdered when I went to see her. He whips around the other way and strides over to the fence that separates my yard from Mary King's. He mutters under his breath.
I blame myself, you know. If I hadn't been rude to you at the coffee canteen, you never would have taken it into your head to investigate. I told you to stay out of it. I might as well have flashed you a neon sign telling you to investigate. I should have known that would be like waving a red flag in front of a bull. I implanted the idea in your mind to investigate. This is my fault.
I can't listen to this. I sneak up behind him, but when it comes to touching him, I hesitate. Why? We both know we like each other. We both want things to blossom between us. Why shouldn't I touch him? This has nothing to do with Zach. My son might be watching us through the windows at this very moment. That's not why I hold my hand an inch away from David's back without letting it fall. A cushion of electric tension holds my hand at a magnetic distance. It crackles between us with all the unspoken possibilities that could unfold if I touched him. The next minute, I overcome my ambivalence and rest my hand on his shoulder. He feels just as good and solid as I imagined. It's okay. It's not your fault. You know how I am. I probably would have gone to see Scott's widow even if you had said nothing. I'm a bulldog, remember? I sink my curious little fangs into something and I can't let it go. This has nothing to do with you. He turns his head.
Really?
Well, maybe a bit. Come on, you can't blame yourself for my actions. Turn around. It's okay. She didn't tell me anything she didn't already tell you. I steer him around to face me. His features smolder with buried emotion.
Are you sure about that?
Of course. I don't dare tell him Sophie Freeman suggests I be her private investigator. That's what she said. She made a big deal over the fact that she already told you everything and she had to repeat it to me. He nods, and the shadow fades from his face.
Okay, I guess it's all right then. I was going to tell you. I just wanted to follow up a few more leads before the whole town found out. That's the only reason I didn't mention it when I saw you at the store.
I let my fingers slip into his. So, are we all right?
Yeah,
He murmurs down at me.
we're all right.
Do you want to talk about the case at all? I ask.
Not yet. Maybe after we uncover a few more details of Scott's past dealings, I'll need a sounding board.
I beam up at him. I'd like to be your sounding board. His hand radiates warmth up my arm and into my middle. I drift an inch closer to him. I turn my face up to his. I really want to kiss him right now. His lips quiver and his eyes slip down to my mouth before he looks up at me again. He bends forward. At that moment, the back door clunks open and Zach steps out onto the porch.
Oh, hey, Mom. I didn't know you were back.
David and I jolt apart. I swivel around to make it look like I wasn't just about to kiss David in my backyard. Hey, honey, how's everything? God, I sound guilty, but Zach doesn't notice. He heads off to the tool shed on the other side of the garden. He completely ignores me and David. I turn back to David, too nervous to pick up where we left off. When I glance up at him, I find him blushing down at his shoes. He screws his toe into the bricks.
Well, I guess I better go.
I walk him out to his car. He slides into the seat without a word. He gives me one last brief smile before he fires up the engine and drives away. Chapter 8. Zach and I leave the house together at 8 o'clock the next morning. We walk down the street in silence until we get to the candy store. I unlock the door and let us in, but I don't lock it behind us. I take a tray of chocolates out of the fridge while Zach gathers the flyers from under the counter. When I get back to the entrance, he meets me by the door with a flat box loaded with them. He holds the tray while I relock the door, and we set off. First, we return to our own neighborhood. We approach Kyle's door first, and Zach knocks. Kyle chortles with glee when he sees us.
What's this, Diet Busters?
Zach hands him a flyer, and I hold out the tray. We're offering free samples to advertise our sweet sale. Have a chocolate. He examines the tray.
We could be here all day.
Just choose one, or one will be chosen for you, Zach tells him. Kyle laughs and plucks a chocolate out of the tray. He bites the head off a chocolate rabbit.
It's good. I might have to stop by that sale.
We laugh and wave as we migrate down the block to Mrs. Patterson's house. She quavers with delight over the tray.
These look fabulous. Will you be carrying these for the sale?
Definitely, I reply. We have a huge selection of all kinds of sweets. Maybe Mr. Stewart would like to share them with you.
Oh,
she titters.
Mr. Stewart frowns on candy of all kinds. If I bought anything from your shop, I would have to hide it from him. He would be greatly displeased if he ever found out.
We turn our steps toward the bungalow where Greg and Frankie live. Zach pauses on the sidewalk. You're a conniving little devil, Mom. You tricked her. You already suggested to Mr. Stewart that he buy her some candy at the sale. I bite back a grin. I didn't want to spoil his surprise by hinting that he plans to buy candy for her. She'll be especially delighted when he presents it to her. He casts a sidelong glance at me as we continue on our way.
I never knew you were such a friend of Mr. Stewart.
He's starting to grow on me, I tell him. Ever since he helped us bust Roger Callahan for Dorothy King's murder, I have a newfound respect for the man. He might be abrasive and disagreeable on the outside, but he's got a good heart underneath the surface. The way he treats Mrs. Patterson is proof of that. We make the rounds of the neighborhood. We knock on doors and hand out all the chocolates on the tray. On our way back through town, we stop by the store and pick up the next tray. Zach scans Main Street. Who should we hit first, Mr. Stewart? I give him a wry grin. Why not? I want to ask him a few questions anyway. We cross the street. To my surprise, Mr. Stewart greets us at the door with a big, toothy smile on his face. What a surprise! And you don't even have a dog! I laugh along with him, which feels strange considering he's one of the prickliest characters in town. I won't offer you a chocolate. I just wanted to remind you about our sweet sale. We just visited Mrs. Patterson, and she was very excited about it. Oh, I wouldn't miss it. He reminds me of Bela Lugosi when he smiles. I have your flyer pinned to my office corkboard. Then I won't give you another one. I shift gears. Did you hear the news that Scott Freeman was murdered? Good, he snaps. Then he won't be polluting the environment with his rotten, discarded coffee grounds. I prick up my ears. What do you mean, polluting the environment? He points to the alley between his own building and the coffee canteen. Right over there. He dumped his discarded coffee grounds right there on the pavement and left them to rot. I'm warning you, don't go down there. The stench is unbearable. You can even smell it inside my shop. It makes the dogs retch. Zach and I exchange glances. Wow, that's bad. Did you complain to the authorities? You know me, he chides. I tried to do the gentlemanly thing by reasoning him first, but he wouldn't listen. He just kept repeating that he knew his rights and he didn't have to accommodate himself to anybody if he didn't see any profit in it. I shake my head, but in my mind, I'm replaying the scene I imagined yesterday morning. I can just picture Mr. Stewart going over to the coffee canteen first thing in the morning to reason with Scott. That's not very neighborly. Did he ever acknowledge the inconvenience all those trucks caused you by blocking your entrance? Oh, that. He acknowledged it, all right. He just kept placating me by saying they wouldn't be here forever, and that once he got the place up and running, they would stop. I suppose that's reasonable. Reasonable? He bellows. Is it reasonable that he should put a man out of business for his own selfish gain? I don't bother to remind him that Scott hardly put him out of business. I saw dogs in Mr. Stewart's shop the very morning he came into the candy store to bellyache about that crane in front of his premises. The trucks might have caused a momentary disruption, but they never cost Mr. Stewart any real money. Zach and I skedaddle as fast as we can, but when we face the bakery, Zach cringes. Do we really have to go over there? I don't want to hear anybody bad-mouthing a dead man. I don't either, I murmur. Let's go see Stacy first. She'll buck up our spirits to face Alan Harris. We turn our steps toward the Happy-Go-Lucky Cafe. It's the perfect name for the place. Stacy is always so cheery and easily made more so. We waltz right in and find her at the front counter. Her eyebrows shoot up when she sees us. Word is spreading like wildfire that you're going around giving free samples. She rubs her hands over the tray. I think I'll pre-order 7 of these bad boys right now. I hold up my hand, but she's already pounced on a chocolate chicken and gnawed the feet off. Slow down, girl. You'll burst your buttons. Stacy howls with delight, and I hold out my flyers. Would you mind putting some of these on your counter? We're having a sweet sale.
You're darn tootin' I will.
She seizes a stack of flyers and lays them out next to her register. Now that we've fulfilled our purpose in coming here, I take a moment to scan the cafe. You're certainly doing a roaring trade.
Yepper,
she chirps.
Things have picked up again since the coffee canteen shut down. I saw a real dip in sales when that lout opened his doors, but now that he's gone, it's business as usual.
I spin around to stare at her. Really? I thought you were welcoming of the new businesses.
I am.
Stacy falters for an instant.
Okay, I'll admit it annoyed me when he opened up. At first, I thought we should all live and let live, but then I noticed a real slump in my profits. I won't say I was happy about the competition.
What about the bakery? I ask. They must have given you some competition too. She nods.
You're right, they did. But then I noticed Scott Freeman pulling some dirty tricks on me. Do you know he had the nerve to stand right out there in front of my cafe and try to steal my customers as they entered my door? He blocked their paths and told them his coffee tasted better and that they could get sandwiches and cake from his place.
He didn't, I gasp.
He even changed the prices on my chalkboard out front. I watched him add a 1 in front of a special. I was offering a bread bowl of soup for $6, and he changed it to $16. Can you believe anybody would be so underhanded?
I can't believe it, actually, I remark. Everybody thinks Scott was a decent businessman, but that's sinking low.
I'm telling you, that guy was dirty.
Stacy fires back.
I don't care how long he'd been in business or how much he made with his other franchises. Anybody who would stoop to pulling stunts like that would do anything. I bet he cooked the books on the side, too. He was crooked. You mark my words. It's only a matter of time before the cops uncover what he was really up to.
I agree with you, Stacy, I tell her. She's on a roll and not about to stop.
I could handle a little honest competition. Believe me, I wholeheartedly believe the customer should have a wide variety of choice and let the best business win. That's what free enterprise is all about, you know? That's why I had no beef with the bakery. I'll be the first to admit their baked goods are better than mine. You want a donut or a chocolate eclair? You better go to them, because I'm no good at that sort of thing. If you want a roast beef sandwich or a chicken fried steak, though, I'm your girl.
I smile in relief. I definitely will do that. We gotta go, Stacy. Thanks for the help. Zach glances right and left outside. Are you ready to face the firing squad? I groan. We can't start thinking of Alan Harris like that. We don't even know him. It could be all a misunderstanding. You're right about one thing, he remarks. If Scott Freeman pulled half the stuff Stacy claims he did, the business owners in this town had a right to hate him. He could end up in prison for that. He won't end up in prison because he's dead, I point out. Whatever he did didn't earn him a dose of poison in his coffee. Come on, we'll go visit Simone at the antique store before we see what Alan Harris has to say for himself. We find Simone in her mausoleum of antiques. She sits behind a titanic roll-top desk polished to a gleaming finish. She has her store set up in quaint little vignettes of bygone charm. A fancy metal bed frame bedecked with a floral quilt and 1,000 pillows, all ready for someone to lie down, stands near the desk. A cast-iron wood-burning stove perches not far away, with the flue rising through the ceiling. The whole thing presents a picture out of a storybook. Not one crumb of dust mars the establishment. I pull my hands closer to my sides to avoid touching anything. I hold out the tray to Simone. "We're having a sweet sale at the candy store. Would you like a free sample of chocolate?" She takes one without looking at the tray to see what she's taking. She holds it between her bony forefinger and thumb and nibbles off a speck with her long, withered teeth.
"Thank you, Margaret. I shall be sure to stop by and see what you have on offer."
Zach hands her a flyer. We now have no further reason to remain here. My instincts tell me to leave, but I stand rooted to the spot. "Have you heard that Scott Freeman was murdered?"
"I did hear something to that effect."
"Not many people in town liked him," I venture. Simone gives the most hideous chuckle. It rasps deep in her chest. It sounds more like a rusty motor trying to start than a human being laughing at something.
"I'm sure the only people in this town who did not like him were those who stood to lose something in business."
"You're right, Simone," I reply. "And you're not one of them, are you?"
"Not at all," she rumbles. "The more the merrier, I say. What difference does it make to me if there is one cafe on Main Street or 3? They can squabble over the table scraps all they like."
"Someone said you were unhappy about the trucks and the construction noise over at the coffee canteen," I remind her. "Is that true?"
"Of course it's true. Who would be happy about that? It doesn't mean I wished the man dead."
Simone's languid eyes drift toward the front window.
"I will miss the coffee canteen. They served my favorite type of coffee. No one else in town carries it. That's a shame."
I scan the antiques. Who buys this stuff? I never see any customers going into or out of Simone's shop. How does she stay in business? Rockshield doesn't attract enough tourist traffic to support one antique shop, let alone more. There's no one to compete with Simone, and there never will be. I cast a significant look at Zach and nod toward the door. We make good our departure and leave the antiques parlor behind us with its cadaverous owner still ensconced behind her desk. She'll probably be found mummified there one day. Zach breathes a broken sigh on the pavement outside. If I ever get to be like her, please shoot me and put me out of my misery. I have to laugh. You have my word, so long as you do the same for me. He passes a hand across his eyes. I swear, Mom, you give me hope for getting older, But when I see someone like her, I just don't think I can face it. You and me both, but at least she's not the murderer. She's the one person so far who has some reason to grieve over Scott's death. One person in a town of hundreds isn't a very good score, he points out. I pray to God I make a better impression on people in my lifetime. I nod in agreement. It's a sad legacy for a man to leave behind him. Come on, let's go see Alan and get it over with. Chapter 9. Long before we get near the entrance to the baker's dozen, we hear voices shouting inside. I slow my steps the closer we get. I catch Zach glancing at me with wide eyes. Maybe we shouldn't go in there. I stop outside and peer through the windows, but I see nothing. I distinctly make out a man and woman shouting back and forth. All the horrible things I've heard about Alan Harris come rushing back. Who is he yelling at? His employees? His suppliers? Whoever it is, I don't want to deal with him. I want to run home to my candy store and hide. Just then, the female voice breaks off in laughter. Zach and I hold our breaths. Then the yelling starts up again. I brace myself and grab the door handle. Come on, let's sort this out. The minute we walk into the bakery, I realize the mistake we made. A man with a crew cut and bulging muscles under his camouflaged t-shirt stands behind the counter. A white apron covers his burly frame. He shouts over his shoulder, and a female voice answers him from the farthest rear reaches of the bakery. "Don't forget the Foster wedding cake and hors d'oeuvres for Wednesday," he bellows. "I haven't forgotten," the disembodied voice calls back. "She called again yesterday to change the recipe for the crab cakes." "If she calls again," the man thunders, "tell her we're canceling the whole order." "You can't do that," the woman replies. "We need the money." "No amount of money is worth that hassle," he yells. "Life is too short." The woman laughs. "How many lemon meringue pies do you want this afternoon?" "You made 7 yesterday, and they sold out by 3 o'clock, the man calls. "You better make 10 today." "You got it, sweet cheeks," the woman replies. The man chuckles and nods to me and Zach. "Good morning. What can I get you today?" I extend my hand. "I'm Margaret Nichols. I own the candy store. You must be Alan Harris. I've heard a lot about you." He crushes my hand in a powerful grip. "Nothing good, I'm sure." He points to the tray. "Are those for me?" I have to laugh at his sense of humor. "We're handing out free samples to promote our sweet sale. Take one. Maybe your employee would like one too." He plucks a chocolate out of the tray. "She's not my employee. She's my wife, and she would love one." He turns his head and roars at the top of his lungs. "The lady from the candy store is here handing out free samples of chocolate. You better come quick before I eat them all." He cracks a wicked grin and lowers his voice to normal. "She's a chocoholic. That will bring her running." The next minute, a slight, bony woman with spiky, peroxide-bleached hair strides out of the back. She wipes her hands on a flour-dusted apron that covers gothic black clothes. A bouquet of chains clusters around her throat and rattles from her wrists. 20 earrings line each of her ears, and heavy, dark eyeliner pencil gives her pale face a deathly appearance. She marches up to me. "How much for the whole tray?" I stutter in surprise. "Well, you see, I wasn't expecting..." I got these for the promotion, but I could order you some. I have another 3 trays back at the shop. If there are any left, I could sell you one of those after I do the costing out." She grins and takes one of the chocolates. "Good deal. Let me know how much it costs."
"This is my wife, Sabrina," Alan tells us. "She does all the baking for the business, and I run the admin stuff. It's a match made in heaven."
He drapes his arm around her shoulders, and they beam at us with matched grins. I can believe these two are joined at the hip, the way they yell back and forth to each other. They couldn't be more different, but I sense a bond between them. They look happily married, considering. I think fast to come up with something to say. "I'm sorry I haven't come over to introduce myself before. Welcome to Rockshield. I hope you do very well here." "That's very nice of you to say," Sabrina replies. "I know not everyone in town feels the same way." "I haven't heard anything against you guys," I point out. "No one can say a nice thing about Scott Freeman, though. I suppose you heard he was murdered the other day?" They exchange a significant glance, and Sabrina turns away. Alan glowers at me under his heavy brows.
"I would appreciate if you don't mention that man to me."
"I know you had some issues with him," I reply. "Just about every other proprietor on Main Street hated him for his hard-selling tactics and his cutthroat competitive style." Alan grits his teeth and pulls his head down between his shoulders.
"We opened 3 weeks before him. Then he has the audacity to open up right across the street. He could have built that place of his anywhere, but he had to throw it up right across the street from us. What do you think it did to my sales? Go on, guess what it did to my sales. Guess how much my sales tanked when he set up shop."
I shrink before his hostility. "I'm sure I don't know."
70%, he thunders. "Can you believe that? A 70% dive in 1 week."
"I understand you're angry about it," I begin.
"Angry about it?" he booms. "Angry about it is what I'm not. I'm furious about it. I'm fuming about it."
His wife, Sabrina, speaks up behind him. "Well, you don't need to be anymore. He's dead. The place is closed, and it will probably never reopen." He rounds on her with his hackles raised.
"I can still be flamin' mad at him even when he's dead. That guy was a lout. He was the worst crust of slime on the dirty end of a hog's intestine. That's what he was."
My eyes widen at this display of vitriol against a dead man. Most people let their resentments drop when someone dies, but not Alan Harris. I find it hard to believe he could hate someone that much. Even so, he doesn't strike me as the murderer either. Somehow, I just can't imagine him sitting still in the same room with Scott and hiding his rage while Scott drank poisoned coffee. Sabrina shifts from one foot to the other, listening to her husband spout off. She keeps stealing peeks at me and Zach to gauge our reactions to Alan's tirade. When Alan finishes blaring, I address my questions to her. "What about you, Sabrina? Were you mad at Scott for cutting in on your sales too?"
"Well, you know," she stammers. "I don't really get into the business side of things. I'm a baker, not a financier. I know he cut into our profits, but I didn't know him personally to form an opinion about him. I never laid eyes on the guy." "You didn't?" I ask. "You never saw him out front of the coffee canteen handing out vouchers for free coffee? He was out there every day when he first opened up." She jerks her thumb over her shoulder. "That explains why I didn't see him. I'm always in the back." Alan interrupts. "Can I get you guys anything, or did you just come in here to wind me up?" I get the hint.
we're handing out these flyers for our sweet sale. Would you mind putting some on your counter? It would really help us out." "Fine, why not?" He takes the flyers and stacks them on the counter next to the register. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" That's our cue to disappear. "No, thank you. Have a good day. We'll be seeing you around." Zach and I beat it to the door. We don't stop until we get back to the candy store. "What do you think of that?" Zach asks. Who knew anybody could be so mad at another human being? I look back over my shoulder toward the bakery. What is Alan and Sabrina doing in there right now? Are they going back to their shouted conversations across the bakery? I doubt it somehow. I would bet, I tell Zach, that a 70% drop in sales revenue isn't enough to make anybody that mad. There had to be something else that turned him against Scott. Like what? Zach asks. They can't have known each other well enough in the time between when they moved to town and when Scott died. You'd be surprised. People can form intense relationships quickly, and they can sour just as fast. You know the old saying, "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned." He frowns at me. What does that have to do with Scott Freeman's death? There is no woman scorned anywhere in this case. Maybe not, but I'd say the same is true for a man scorned. Something major went down between Scott and Alan Harris. I'd bet you any amount of money it had nothing to do with business. Chapter 10. Zach steps in front of me to block my way to the front door. Where are you going now? I smack my lips in exasperation. I'm going out. Now get out of my way before I turn you over my knee and give you the spanking you deserve. You can't keep intruding on my right to come and go, Zachary. You're going out to investigate Scott Freeman's death, aren't you? You know Detective Graham doesn't approve of that. I spin around to face him. Oh, so now you're babysitting me for Detective Graham, are you? That's just rich coming from someone who originally didn't approve of me associating with him. Whether I'm going out to hook up with Detective Graham or investigate Scott Freeman's death is none of your concern. I'm a grown woman. I can make my own decisions without answering to you. I force my way past him and take hold of the door. I'm just worried about you, Mom. He calls after me. You got hurt last time. I don't want you winding up in the hospital again. That's all. I freeze, and my eyes drift to his face. That's exactly what David said about me playing detective. When will I learn to listen to the men who care about me? I put out my hand to Zach. I hear you, sweetie. I'm not going to do anything dangerous. I promise I'll be extra careful. What are you going to do? He demands. I'm going to snoop around the coffee canteen. That's all. Is that what I'm supposed to tell Detective Graham if he comes around here asking for you? He inquires. I sure hope you don't expect me to lie to cover for you. I wave my hand. By all means, tell him. I get out of there with what little dignity I still have intact. I press down the block with long, purposeful strides. What do I care if David finds out what I'm doing? He already knows I'm poking my nose into Scott's case. I've had enough of these two trying to control my every move. Who are they to tell me what to do? If I want to find out who killed Scott, who are they to stop me? I'm not obstructing the police investigation, and I'll be ripped if I let a 20-year-old kid throw his weight around. I didn't go through the torment and difficulty getting out of a 2-decade-long controlling marriage to wind up in the same boat now. I roil in suppressed anger all the way to town and storm over to the coffee canteen. Yellow cordon tape blocks off the entrance, but the yard, the outdoor seating area, and the side alley remain open. I don't see anything noteworthy in the front. All the tables and chairs still stand in their usual places, just waiting for the customers who will never come. What will happen to this building now that Scott's no longer here to run the business? The umbrellas still poke their poles to the sky, with their folded sides strapped in place against the weather. Nothing to see here. I tiptoe around to the alley. Long before I get there, I smell the decomposing stink of rotting coffee grounds. Mr. Stewart was right. Scott turned the alley into his own personal garbage dump. I almost turn away from the offensive atmosphere, but when I catch sight of the backyard, I change my mind. The pallets of potting soil still gleam in their plastic-wrapped squares back there. What else was Scott up to back there? I hold my nose and dash down the alley as fast as I can. I skid to a halt next to the first pallet and almost fall over in shock when I see Detective Graham himself bending over to examine it. "David, what are you doing here?" He squares his shoulders and furrows his brow.
"What are you doing here, Margaret?"
I check behind me, but there's nothing back there that will get me out of this mess. I was just... Well, what are you doing here? His shoulders slump, and he blows out a long breath.
"You're here investigating Scott Freeman's death, aren't you?"
Well, what the heck else am I going to do? I fire back. You know how I am. You can't expect me to sit at home knitting socks when there's a mystery to solve, now can you? He hunches his back in defeat.
"No, I guess I can't. I might as well resign myself to the fact that you're going to get involved in this no matter what I do, so you might as well stick around."
I deflect his attention to the potting soil. "So, did you find anything?"
"I just showed up about 30 seconds before you."
He points to the pallet with his ballpoint pen.
"I was just reading the packing slip. Scott hadn't even unwrapped the pallet yet, but it looks like he was planning to landscape this backyard to create more seating."
I wander through the yard. A flat stretch of bare dirt extends from the cafe's rear entrance to a plain wooden fence. Just beyond it, a patch of scrubby foliage separates the yard from an empty pasture. The fence itself looks brand new. The posts still bear the indelible hammer marks around the nail heads, and discarded sand scatters around the fresh concrete, anchoring the posts into place. David calls from behind me.
"As long as you're here, I might as well tell you, before you ask, that I already interviewed that Tanya Wilkins."
"Who's Tanya Wilkins?"
"She's the college student who worked for Scott for a week before he was murdered," he tells me. "She barely knew him, and she had no motive to kill him."
"I didn't think she had one," I return, "but thanks for telling me." He goes back to inspecting the pallet of sacks while I take another turn around the yard. I don't see anything that could give us a clue to the murder. I try the rear door to the cafe and find it locked fast. I can't even see inside. I cross my arms and scan the area. This excursion turned out to be a disappointment. I thought I would find something to point me in the right direction. But at least David isn't mad at me for sticking my oar in. "So, who do you think killed him?" I ask.
He shrugs. "Anyone on the laundry list of suspects. He wasn't the kind of guy who goes around making friends everywhere he goes.
No, he was definitely more interested in making money. I hope you've ruled out his wife because of that. He straightens up and frowns at me.
Why do you say that?
She was hooked on his money. He was her cash cow.
That doesn't mean anything, he counters. He had a generous life insurance policy. She could have fallen for another guy. She could have seen knocking him off as a way to get his money and get free.
I whip around to stare at him. I didn't think of that. He rolls his eyes to heaven.
There are a lot of things you didn't think of. I'm the professional detective on this case. I'm not a complete buffoon, you know.
He bends down to poke his pen into the dirt. I can't think of one good reason for him to do that, but his words hit home. He's right. I ought to trust him to do his job instead of questioning him all the time. I walk over to him, and this time I lay my hand on his arm. Listen, David, I really appreciate you letting me look into this murder. I know it's an inconvenience to you, but I never meant to imply that you were a buffoon or that you couldn't do your job. I know you're great at what you do. It's just my insatiable curiosity, you know. He stands up and gazes down into my eyes.
I know that. Just give a guy credit once in a while, okay?
I smile up at him. Okay.
Let's get out of here. There's nothing here.
He bumps the pallet with his toe and turns away. He gets 2 steps, but I'm not ready to leave yet, even though I can't see anything useful here either. I meander over to the fence one more time. I peer over it into the pasture. What am I doing here? I'm no detective. I don't even know what I'm looking for. I kick the fence post, too, just for good measure. Kicking an inanimate object does nothing to soothe my bruised ego, and now I've got a bruised toe into the bargain. When I look down, though, I see a waffle-patterned footprint in the sand. That's odd. David calls from around the corner.
Come on, Margaret. You can help me inspect the victim's car.
Hey! I yell. Come here a sec. Look at this. He comes back, and I show him the footprint. Don't you think this is odd? Remember how Scott always wore those gator skin boots? This could belong to the killer.
I doubt it. It probably came from one of the workmen who built the fence.
Maybe, I reply. But look at it. It's facing the cafe. Oh, look, there's another one. They both face the cafe, and there are no other footprints anywhere else along the fence. If they came from the workmen, they should be everywhere. David scowls down at it. He takes a step backward.
You're right. Here's another one. They lead toward the cafe.
He scans the yard.
It looks like someone hopped over the fence.
It wasn't Scott. He would have no reason to sneak up to his own cafe.
You're right.
David squats down next to the first set of footprints I spotted, the ones closest to the fence.
These are definitely deeper than the others.
He takes out his phone and snaps a picture of the prints. Then he takes a video of the whole sequence of footprints leading from the fence to the cafe's back door. He slips his phone back into his pocket.
Stay here. I'll be right back.
He strides around the cafe and out of sight. The next minute, he returns with a zippered nylon case and lays it on the ground. What's that? I ask.
It's my forensics kit.
He unzips it and takes out a test tube and a pair of tweezers. I didn't know you did forensics, I remark. Isn't that the crime lab's job?
This is just for the odd times I need to take samples of something. Like now, for instance. Watch and learn, young grasshopper.
He tweezes samples of the sand into the test tube and screws on the cap. He places it inside the case and takes out a Ziploc bag of what looks like flour. What are you doing now?
I'm taking a cast of the print. If it came from the killer, we can match it to the shoes that made the prints.
My eyes widen. You can do that?
I'm a man of many talents, Miss Nichols. Now prepare to be amazed.
He takes a bottle of water out of his kit. He pours the contents into the plastic bag and slides the zip to seal it closed. He then shakes and kneads the bag until the water mixes with the flour. It forms a gelatinous goo that David pours into the footprint. He waits a few minutes for the plaster to set. When he touches it with his fingertip and finds it solid, he lifts out the cast and places it in a separate plastic bag. He peels off a length of orange tape emblazoned with the word evidence. He sticks it to the bag and zips up everything in his case.
There you go.
Wow, I breathe. That was so cool. He snorts with laughter.
Only to an amateur like you. You did a good job spotting that print. Now come on, we'll go look at his car.
I accompany David to the front of the cafe. He leads me to where he parked his cruiser around the corner, out of sight. That explains why I didn't suspect he was here when I first showed up. Then again, I was so mad I probably wouldn't have noticed if he jumped out and hit me in the face. He puts his case into his car and gets into the driver's seat. I look around. Where is his car?
It's at the station impound. Get in and I'll drive you there.
I climb into the car with a beating heart. This is the first time I've driven anywhere with him on official police business. I'm really helping him investigate this case. Chapter 11. David drives out of town. A few miles down the highway, he veers off to a tiny building with a sign out front, Peterborough County Police. He parks the cruiser by the building, and we both get out. He waves to one side.
This way.
I don't see anything until we walk around the building to a parking lot surrounded by a chain-link fence. A single car sits behind it. I look around again. Is this it? David unlocks the gate.
Not much ever happens around here. In all the time I've worked for this department, I've never seen more than one car in the impound at a time.
We approach the car. What are we looking for?
Anything out of the ordinary. You found that print. Just take a look and see if you notice anything. I imagine Scott Freeman had a boring life.
His wife says he worked around the clock, I reminded him. You wouldn't think a man like that could get into enough trouble to get himself killed.
Not unless it was his business practices that got him killed, David counters.
I nod. Of course, Scott wasn't a Boy Scout. We know that much already. I look at the car. It's a gleaming black BMW X5, a regular gorilla that radiates power and domination to the world. I shield my eyes to look through the tinted window. A bunch of control buttons cover the steering wheel, and an onboard computer screen sticks out of the dashboard. I don't understand half the stuff on the console around the gear shift.
You can get in, David tells me. It's unlocked, and we already dusted it for prints.
If you already went over it, what do you think you'll find a second time?
You never know.
He pops the passenger door and sits down in the seat. I don't hardly dare touch a car like that. even if the rightful owner is dead. I drift to the back seat and open the door. I don't want to just plop down like I own this car, though. I stick my head into the back and take a good look around. The car looks and smells brand new. Scott kept it immaculately clean. Either that, or he let nobody ride in it. I'm used to the old jalopies I used to drive when Zach was a little boy. They always had Cheerios molding under the seat and broken toys all over the floor. This car gives the impression Scott just drove it off the lot. Even when I bend close to the floor, I don't see one tuft of lint on the carpet. I peer from right to left. When I turn my head, I see under the front seat to David's shoes resting on the passenger compartment floor. A spring and a lever extend under the seat to slide it back and forth. There's nothing unusual about that. Just then, I notice a piece of plastic dangling under the seat. I slide my hand into the space. When I touch it, a larger portion of plastic falls into view. David giggles from the front. "What are you doing to me, Miss Nichols?" "There's something under here." I tug the plastic, and a wrapped package falls into my hand. Someone stashed this under the seat. He hops out and hurries around to my door. I stand up and hold it out to him, but he spreads his hands wide. "You found it. You open it." Now that I've got a police detective's invitation to snoop, I don't think I have the courage to go through with it. David takes a pocket knife out of his pocket and flicks open the blade. I take it with trembling fingers and slit open the plastic. A stack of papers tumbles out. Uniform typed text covers every sheet in the same pattern. I read the first one out loud. "Don't think you can get away with this. You'll pay." I look up in shock to find David returning my gaze. "Go on, read them all." I thumb to the next sheet. "You rotten traitor, I'm watching you. If you don't back off, I'll make you suffer for this." The next one reads, "Everyone hates you, including your wife." I flip over once more. "You're a dead man." I let my hand fall and shove the package toward David. "I can't read anymore. You better take these." He wraps the papers up in their plastic cover. He seals it with evidence tape and puts it in his pocket. We turn our attention back to the car, but my heart's not in it. A man is dead. I don't want to be the one to rifle his car for evidence that someone planned and executed his cold-blooded murder. I return to the back seat. Dust covers protect the seats. They drape over the headrests and disappear into the trunk. They all appear spotlessly new, too. I lift one out of the way, expecting to see perfect upholstery underneath. To my amazement, a brown stain slices across the seat. I put out my finger, but I hesitate to touch it. It looks strangely familiar. Is this chocolate? David swivels around in the seat. "Is what chocolate?" "There's a stain on the seat. The dust cover hid it from view, but it looks like..." My finger hovers over the mark before I let myself touch it. It feels greasy and smooth. I stick my finger in my mouth. It is chocolate! David pokes his head through the other rear door. "How did that get there?" "It was under the dust cover," I repeat. "How could it get there without someone deliberately putting it there?" David straightens up. "Here's what I want to know. How could a guy who keeps his car this clean not notice it and clean it off? Whatever happened in this car, he must have known about it, so he must have wanted to clean it up. Unless it happened around the time of the murder, I point out. Maybe he knew about it and didn't have time to clean it up before he got killed. David shakes his head. I don't see it happening. The guy was meticulous about his car. I lean back to stretch my shoulders. Are you going to take a sample of that for your forensics kit? You're right, I should. He goes back to the cruiser and scrapes some chocolate into another vial. He seals it and labels it and puts it away along with the sand. He zips the case shut. I guess that's about it. Come on, I'll give you a ride home. I don't want to deal with this car anymore either. Just before I slam the door shut, I flip back the floor carpet, just once, just because. I don't really expect to see anything, but when I do, I notice a bunch of dirt flecked across the floor. David sees it too, from his position right next to me. What the? I inspect the mess at close range. Now that is something he definitely would have noticed. David pulls out another test tube and pushes the dirt into it. It doesn't look like anything from the cafe. It's got chips of cedar bark in it. Do you know of anywhere in town with any cedar trees? There are some behind the candy store, he remarks. I look up in shock. You're not suggesting this dirt came from the candy store? Not specifically, but if you remember, that row of cedar trees extends behind the bakery too. Those trees border the neighborhood. They create a barrier between the town and Kyle Davidson's backyard. I shake my finger at him. Don't even think about pinning this on Kyle Davidson. I'm going to start thinking you have a vendetta against that guy if you keep suspecting him every time someone gets murdered in this town. He lets out a shaky sigh. I wasn't thinking of Kyle. I just said those cedar trees extend behind the candy store. They also extend behind the bakery. Many people could have tracked these shavings into Scott's car. I freeze. Dozens of competing ideas catapult into my mind so fast I can't make head or tail of them. We just discovered 3 clues, one right after the other. How do they all fit together? David arranges his evidence in his case and zips it closed. Come on, let's get you home before that son of yours calls in a missing persons report. He guides me back to the cruiser. I can't stop my mind spinning with everything we discovered. I sit silently in the passenger seat while he drives back to town. All at once, he snaps me out of my reverie. Do you know I was jealous of Kyle Davidson when you first moved to town? I spin around in my seat. Why? You always spoke so highly of him. I thought you might have feelings for him. Kyle's 10 years younger than me, I point out. That means nothing. You could still have had feelings for him, even if they weren't reciprocated. I thought maybe he beat me to the punch. I stare at the side of his face. You thought I fell for Kyle? He shrugs and looks out his window. I'm not saying it makes sense. I just thought I should tell you. I ought to laugh, but I can't see anything funny about this. Even back then, when we first met, he cared about me enough to be jealous at the thought of me looking at another man. Anyway, it's all over now. He sighs. I know you like Kyle as a neighbor. Now that I've gotten to know him the way you have, I understand why you respect him the way you do. I can't think of one intelligent thing to say to that, so I just sit quietly for the rest of the drive home. Knowing he feels that way about me casts our relationship in a whole new light. I don't balk at calling it that now. So we've got a relationship. I can live with that. He angles into the curb in front of my house. Now that we're parked in front of my door, I don't want to face Zach. Now I know why David doesn't want to go there. I'm going to face the third degree when I get in there, even though David and I weren't doing anything. Even if we had been doing something, why should I shrink from admitting it to my son? David sits still, too. He gazes through the windshield. The lines around his eyes pinch, and he keeps his lips compressed. I muster my courage to break the silence. Thanks for letting me come along today. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you coming, he returns. You really helped the investigation.
I only wish I could do more. I feel so helpless like this.
I know what you mean, but these things take time. Go on in. I'll see you later. I'll let you know if there's any more investigating to do.
He gives my hand a squeeze. There's nothing left to do but get out and go inside. I climb out of the car. He waves and drives off, but I linger on the sidewalk for a while, trying to make sense of everything that happened today. In the end, I amble back into the house. I hear Zach's computer beeping in his room, so he doesn't see me sidle into my room and shut the door. Chapter 12. I wake up pensive the next morning. The sandy footprints behind the cafe, the chocolate stain on the car seat, and the cedar shavings on the floor. They must make sense somehow. They must paint a coherent picture of the murder. But how? I get through breakfast somehow, but I talk little. I keep circling the same 3 clues. What do they all mean? I'm still thinking over the case when I walk to the candy store. On the way, I meet Frankie coming the other way. I look back and forth between him and the town behind him. You're out early this morning, Frankie. What were you doing in town? He casts a guilty look over his shoulder. Oh, I was just, walking around. I open my mouth to question him further. When someone evades a direct question like that, it usually means they're up to something. When I take a second look at him, though, I change my mind. Dark circles surround his eyes, and he holds his mouth in a pinched line. I try to sound cheery. An early morning constitutional, huh? Good idea. Hey, don't forget the sweet sale next Saturday. Everything's marked down. You could lay in a supply of Pop Rocks so you don't have to keep buying those tiny boxes. His features burst in surprise. I couldn't do that. Pop Rocks have to be fresh or they don't pop the way they're supposed to. That's the problem I always had buying them from other suppliers. I tried buying them from the big chains in Hartford and New York. They keep boxes of Pop Rocks lying around for years. After a while, they lose their pop. They're no better than any other candy. But your Pop Rocks are nice and fresh. They have a really nice, satisfying pop. I can't help but smile at this description. I understand. I'll keep carrying them just for you, and I'll make sure they're always fresh for you. Forget what I said about the sale. Oh, I'm coming to the sale, he replies. My head snaps up. You are? If you're not buying Pop Rocks, what are you buying? He shoots another frightened look over his shoulder toward town. What could he have to be scared of over there? He leans toward me and whispers under his breath. You won't tell anybody, will you, Margaret? Tell anybody what? I whisper back. How can I tell anybody if I don't know? He lowers his voice to a hiss, if that's possible. I was going to buy some of those miniature caramel pops. I bolt upright. Oh, okay. I didn't even know you liked caramel pops. I don't, he blurts out. Then he looks over his shoulders again. They're not for me. Do you think you could set some aside for me, Margaret? In fact, could you bring them to your house and I'll pick them up from there? I don't want anybody seeing me buying them. Sure, I guess so. Why don't you want anybody seeing you buying them? He keeps stealing glances behind him like he expects someone to pounce. He shakes his head and searches the surroundings for hidden enemies. I appreciate it, Margaret. I can pay you now if you want me to. That's okay. You can pay me when you pick up the candy. I don't mind bringing them home for you. Do you want to tell me who they're for? He cringes one more time. Then he sighs and bows his head. I might as well. It's killing me anyway. It's Xenia Orland. I frown. I don't know who that is. He waves toward town. She lives in the other neighborhood on the other side of town. Please don't tell anybody, Margaret. Greg would have an aneurysm if he found out. Are you sure? I ask. Maybe he would be happy about you finding someone you care about. No, he wouldn't. Frankie insists. We've lived together for over 5 years. He would lose it if he thought I planned to move out. My eyes widen. You plan to move out? No, but he might think I did. He might jump to all kinds of wrong conclusions. That's why I can't let him find out. Don't worry, Frankie, I tell him. Your secret's safe with me. But maybe keeping the secret from Greg would make him jump to all kinds of wrong conclusions. Maybe if you just told him the truth instead of sneaking out in the small hours of the morning, he would understand and accept that you're just seeing Xenia. He passes his hand across his eyes. I really wish I could. All this sneaking around is wearing me out. He wanders off without saying anything else, and I continue my weary trek to the candy store. Sometimes I just don't know what the world is coming to. I try to help people. I try to do good wherever I go and be a positive influence in people's lives. Sometimes I want to help people and they just refuse to be helped. Why can't everybody just do the right thing and be nice to each other? Why do people have to persist in doing things that hurt themselves and everyone around them? I don't understand it at all. I fish my keys out of my pocket, but when I turn into Main Street, I halt in my tracks. A blanket of early morning tranquility envelops the town. Most of the other shops have their lights on, but nobody's open yet. The whole town hangs suspended in a hazy dream world where nothing's quite real. My gaze drifts over to the candy store. My candy store. My dream come true. My heart and soul. The embodiment of all my hopes and plans. My heart bursts with love for it. A row of stately cedar trees towers over its roof and forms a dark green border around it. The line of branches spreads over the far end of town and vanishes into the neighborhood behind, exactly the way David described. The thick tops seem to want to tell me something important, but I can't make it out. I unlock the store and get to work. I have to order in an extra supply of stock for the sweet sale. Everyone in town keeps stopping me on the sidewalks and telling me they wouldn't miss it, so I better be prepared for some serious business. I pull out my order book and start collating my order. I tally up everything on display in the front room before I meander into the stock room to go over all the spare supply on the shelves. I draw up lists to order and do a quick cost calculation in my head. While I'm there, I take some fresh stock to the front room. I refill the glass jars lining the wall. When that's done, I break down the cardboard boxes for recycling. I'll probably regret not saving them for Patti Matthews to do, but I enjoy taking care of everything myself. It gives me a sense of accomplishment. I truck the flattened boxes to the back alley and pitch them through the back door. When I look outside, I shrink behind the door when I notice Alan and Sabrina Harris over by the bakery. Chapter 13. Alan and Sabrina Harris stand nose to nose near the bakery's back door. I can't hear what they're saying, but I get a clear view of both their faces. Alan hisses into Sabrina's face through gritted teeth. He waves his arms on either side of him, and his features swell to an explosive purple color from the extreme tension in his visage. Sabrina cowers in front of him, with tears streaming down her cheeks. Man, I wouldn't want to face Alan like that when he loses his temper. He jabs his finger at her and clenches his fist. While I watch from the shelter of my own door, I happen to notice Alan's shoes. He wears tanned leather work boots with a waffle sole. My skin prickles. I can't see any sand from here, but I imagine those boots making an imprint by the cafe fence. Just then, he throws up his hands one more time and barges back inside the bakery. He leaves poor Sabrina cringing in the alley. She wraps her arms around her shoulders, and her body shakes with sobs. She wipes the tears off her cheeks and looks around her in desperation. My heart aches watching this. I step out into view and venture over to her. I can't stop my hand drifting toward her and touching her shoulder. Hey, are you okay? That was some argument. I just stuck my head out the door and I saw you guys. Alan was really mad, wasn't he? You don't know the half of it, Sabrina quavers. He's always had a temper, but he's really scaring me lately. I don't know what to do. I wrap my arm around her shoulders and hug her. It'll be okay. It's gonna be okay. Nothing is ever completely hopeless. Take my word for it. Do you want to come inside? We can talk about it. I can't. She makes another fruitless swipe to get the tears off her face. I have to go back inside. We have a huge event and I have to finish the cakes. He's already mad enough. He would be irate if I didn't get it done on time. Okay. What's he so mad about anyway? She casts a sidelong glance toward the bakery. I can't tell you. It's personal. He already told me I'd be in even more trouble if I told anybody. I start back in shock. You? In trouble? You're a grown woman. He's your husband. He shouldn't be getting you in trouble for anything. She shrugs. You know what he's like. No, I don't, I counter. Why don't you tell me? What is he like, besides really angry? She sniffs back her tears. He says our business depends on us maintaining our reputation in this town. He says our business would suffer even more if anybody thought we didn't have a stable marriage. Is that it? Do you not have a stable marriage? Her lip quivers, and she fights to keep her composure. I thought we did. I thought everything was great between us. Then we moved to this rotten town and it all fell apart. I don't know what I'm going to do. So they've got marital problems. That explains why Alan's on such a short fuse all the time. I didn't think the business conflict between him and Scott could cause a person to become that unhinged. Well, if you ever want someone to listen, I'm right next door. I've had my share of relationship troubles, so I understand what you're going through. You let me know if I can help with anything." "I couldn't do that. I better get back to work." She says it, but she doesn't leave. She kicks at the ground. The movement attracts my attention to the soil at our feet. I stare down at dark earth intermixed with cedar shavings. I look up. The thick green boughs hang directly overhead. They spread their branches over the alley, but only behind the bakery. They're too far back to drop scraps of bark behind the candy store. In front of my eyes, Sabrina's shoe scoops up some of the dirt. It sprinkles over her shoelaces. My gaze migrates up her black pants to the apron covering her clothes. Smudges of chocolate besmirch the cotton surface. My mind explodes with a burst of realization. The cedar shavings came from the bakery. Alan loathed Scott Freeman with a passion, but he's not the only person working at the bakery. I don't see Alan getting into Scott's car to smudge the back seat with chocolate, and the last time I checked, Alan didn't handle any chocolate. Sabrina does the baking. She's got chocolate all over her. So, Sabrina tracked cedar shavings and chocolate into Scott's car, and if that's the case, that could explain why Alan hated Scott so much. They had marital problems, and Alan insists she hide them from the rest of the town to preserve their reputation. It doesn't take much to connect the dots now. There must have been something going on between Scott and Sabrina. I personally don't see a business tycoon like Scott hooking up with a goth like Sabrina, but stranger things have been known to happen. It's the one explanation that makes all the clues fit into a sensible picture of what happened to Scott. I can't think of anything to say to Sabrina now. I don't want to burst her bubble by telling her I know the secret she's supposed to keep hidden. I stare at her now with new eyes. Her tears smudge her eyeliner. The mess gives her a pathetic, haggard look. Now that I know what happened between her and Scott, I understand her better. She's not crying because Alan yelled at her. She's crying because Scott's dead. She lost her lover, and it's all her fault. She slept with a married man, and her husband killed him. Now I can definitely see Alan sitting across from Scott, pretending to work out their differences, while he secretly slips poison into Scott's coffee. He didn't kill Scott out of any competitive business hostility. He did it in revenge for Scott sleeping with his wife. Of course, that could certainly make a man cold, calculating, and ruthless enough to smile in his victim's face while he drank poisoned coffee. Sabrina shrinks from my scrutiny. She won't look me in the eye. She mumbles under her breath, like she knows exactly what I'm thinking. "Thanks for understanding, Margaret. I'll see you around." She bolts into the bakery. As nasty as Alan might be to her, she probably feels safer in there than dealing with anybody on the outside. She doesn't have to worry about any stranger thinking ill of her for sleeping around. She can hide her shame and grief in the kitchen, and Alan already knows the worst. He knows why she's crying, even if he doesn't care. I head back into the candy store with a heavy sigh. This old world sure is hard on people, especially when they get their emotions tied up in knots. It's hard enough just trying to make a living and keep your head above the water without throwing infidelity and deceit into the mix. By the time I get back to the front room, it's time to get ready to open. I log onto the computer and begin the day's pay cycle. I unlock the door. When I go outside to put my sign on the sidewalk, I see David Graham's cruiser glide through town. He waves to me on his way to the police station. I have to tell him as soon as possible what I found out, but I'm not likely to see him today. He's already disappearing around the bend in the highway. I make up my mind then and there. I take out my phone and send him a text. Good morning, Detective. Would you mind stopping by the candy store sometime today when it's convenient? I have something I want to ask you. He writes back right away. He must be at the station by now. Sure thing. See you later. Zach comes into the store at noon. Time for your lunch break, Mom. I look around in mock surprise. Lunch break? What lunch break? I'm taking over for the second half of the day, he informs me. You can take the rest of the day off, or you can do your admin work. It's up to you. Go on, you know you deserve it. Yeah, but... He slides behind the counter. You don't have to leave. Work on the sale if you want to. I'll cover the counter. I blink up at him in confusion. Should I go along with this? We talked about him taking on more of an equal share of running the store. Now that it comes right down to brass tacks, though, I don't want to miss anything. He's right about one thing. I want to. I have a heap of ordering to do for the sale, not to mention some accounts to catch up on. Him taking over would be a big help. It's only my fragile ego that doesn't like releasing my hold on the reins of power. At that moment, the doorbells jangle and David walks in. He nods to Zach. Howdy. Zach elbows me. Go on, Mom. I hang my head in defeat and shuffle out of the store after David. He walks over to his car and leans on the fender. What did you want to talk to me about? I think I know who made those stains and tracked the dirt into Scott Freeman's car. Really? He raises his eyebrows. Who? Sabrina Harris. I think she was having an affair with him. She smeared chocolate on the seat and got those cedar shavings on the floor. I point to the bakery. If you go look in the alley, you'll see that the mixture of cedar chips and soil is unique to that spot. There's nowhere else in the alley where anybody could have picked them up. He frowns and rubs his chin. Do you really think so? It explains why Alan was so all-fired mad at Scott. He hated that guy, and he's still mad about the affair. I just saw him bawling out Sabrina in the back alley. She was in tears. He was also wearing waffle-soled work boots that could match the prints behind the coffee canteen. He raises his index finger. Could have. Could have doesn't mean they do match. Just because she could have smeared chocolate in his car doesn't mean she did. What are you talking about? I fire back. Don't tell me you're going to discount my theory again. You said you were going to listen to my instincts and ideas from now on. I am listening to your instincts and ideas, and I agree with you that Alan probably killed Scott. I even agree with you that Sabrina having an affair with him is a pretty good motive and goes a long way toward explaining his behavior. I'm just saying we can't move on this just yet. We have to construct a case that will stand up in court. What does that mean? I snap. Don't tell me you're going to let this slide. Don't tell me you're going to let a killer and his cheating wife continue in business when we've got the evidence to pin the murder on him. Will you calm down? You're the one flying off the handle here. I'm saying we have to wait to get a match from the crime lab. I already sent the chocolate and the soil to be matched to the bakery. I cool my jets in an instant. You did? He cradles his head in his hand with a groan. Yes, Margaret. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not incompetent. I'm as interested as you are in catching Scott's killer. For the love of God, give me some credit. I let my shoulders drop. Okay, sorry. I should have known you would be on top of this. Yes, you should have. You want me to listen to your instincts and ideas. You need to learn to trust me on this too.
We should be working together, not against each other.
All right, I breathe. You convinced me. So what do you want to do next? We could go question Scott's wife. She must know if he was unfaithful. He shakes his head.
Not yet. We need some more solid evidence before we confront her. Just leave her alone and let her grieve.
Grieve? I repeat. I don't see Sophie Freeman grieving over much of anything. He suppresses a smile. He slides his hand toward me and threads his fingers into mine.
You know what I mean. If Scott was unfaithful and she didn't know about it, you could be doing some real damage to her life by breaking the news to her when we don't really have any convincing evidence to support it. Just sit on it for a little while. Once we confirm it, we can tell her.
I want to argue back. I want to take a hammer to him until he changes his mind, but that's not going to happen. He might be right about waiting until we get the results from the crime lab, but I don't have to like it. He gives my hand a squeeze.
We both better get back to work. Thank you for telling me. We can go talk to Alan and Sabrina once we get the results of the match. See you soon.
He gets into his car and drives off. I watch him out of sight from the sidewalk, but I'm not about to take this lying down. That's one thing about David Graham. He's a police detective. He knows his business, but he's still constrained by procedure and professionalism. I'm not. I promised Sophie Freeman I would tell her if I found anything. I'm not about to back down on that promise just because the police want to gather more evidence first. I stand out on the sidewalk for a minute more, but my resolve already hardens into a decision. I have to talk to Sophie about the clues and about Scott. That's all there is to it. Chapter 14. Zach puts down his butter knife.
What's on your mind, Mom?
I pull my gaze away from the window. Oh, nothing.
You haven't said a word all evening. You've barely touched your food.
I put my fork down on my plate. He's right. I haven't eaten more than 3 bites. I'm sorry, honey. It really was delicious. I suppose I'm just preoccupied.
Is it the murder case?
My head swings up. What makes you think that?
Oh, come on, Mom, he chides.
I think I know you well enough by now to tell when you're thinking too much about something. I'd like to think you were obsessed with Detective Graham, but since someone just died in this town under suspicious circumstances, it has to be the murder case. Besides, I can smell burning rubber coming from your ears. I blush and fiddle with my spoon. You do know me well.
Do you want to talk about the case?
I can't, I tell him. But I'm going over to Sophie Freeman's house after dinner. I just want you to know so that you don't think I'm, running around wild. He scoffs under his breath.
I almost wish you were, instead of tracking down a killer.
I'll be fine. I'm just going to talk to her about some of the clues David and I found yesterday. His eyes fly open.
You and David found clues yesterday?
Now I really blush. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Now the cat's out of the bag. Now he knows David and I were working on the case together. Zach shakes his head.
All right then, just be careful, okay? Whoever killed Scott won't hesitate to kill again to cover their tracks.
Now you're starting to sound like David Graham.
He nods. I suppose that's a good thing, if we're both telling you the same thing.
He takes my plate to the kitchen and leaves me sitting there to stew in my own juices. The 2 men closest to me are both telling me to be careful. Maybe I should listen to them for once, instead of charging ahead. Anyway, nothing will happen just from talking to Sophie Freeman about her husband's antics. What could be more mundane than that? Zach doesn't come back. I hear him splashing water in the sink to do the dishes. I take the opportunity to slip out of the house unnoticed. Why does this case make me so thoughtful? I can't stop turning it over and over in my head. Why? I cross town in a daze. I don't come out of my reverie until I get to the Freeman's house. I knock on the door, but no one answers. Maybe Sophie's not home. I peek through the windows and wind up looking into the same living room where she and I talked last time. To my astonishment, the room stands bare, with not one piece of furniture in it. None of the paintings hang on the walls. Even the fancy woven carpet is gone. I stare into the room in shock. She can't be gone. Not when I was about to talk to her. Where could she have gone? Why would she just skip town like that? Of course, she had no reason to hang around. She didn't have any ties to this town. She and Scott just moved here. They only moved here for his business, and now he's dead. Why shouldn't she leave town? I migrate back to the front door. I can't believe she's gone. Now what am I going to do? I grab the door handle and give it a peevish yank. To my surprise, it swings open. I stare into the front hall. I shouldn't go in, but the temptation overpowers my good judgment again. I step inside, and it's all downhill from there. I creep into the living room. It's just as empty as it looked through the window. What did I think was going to happen? Did I really believe all the furniture and art would reappear once I got into the house? I still can't bring myself to believe the evidence of my own senses. She's gone. Now I've got no one to talk to about this case. I can't bounce my ideas off anybody, and David told me to wait, so I can't even talk to him. Without meaning to, I wander into the next room. It's a large dining room with a long table and 20 matching chairs. A carved oak sideboard stands bare against one wall, with its empty drawers pulled out for anybody to see what's not in them. Wherever Sophie went, she hasn't taken everything. Not yet, anyway. I blunder through the house. What am I looking for? I couldn't tell you. My heart sinks every time I enter a room cleaned out of all furnishings. Even the rooms that still contain some stuff dampen my spirits. Sophie has everything. At least she had everything. Now her husband is dead, and she's pulling up her roots again. Poor woman. She probably hasn't had a stable home since she married Scott. Where will she go? What will she do? Will she ever have a purpose in life beyond skinning men for money? She'll probably never find the kind of self-sufficient happiness I found with my candy store. She'll never know the satisfaction of standing on her own 2 feet. I pity her, but I still wish she was here. I go upstairs. None of the bedrooms have any beds in them, but the large master bedroom still has a few scattered shoes and hat boxes in the walk-in closet. I find a stack of books in the closet corner. Messy chicken scratch lines every page. I can barely read it. It's too manic and jittery to be either Scott's or Sophie's. Who could have written these pages? I sit down cross-legged on the floor and open the top book. I have to squint to make out the words. Woke up shaking again this morning. All at once, a splitting pain stabs me in the head. Fireworks explode in front of my eyes, and I black out with the book still clutched between my fingers.
Margaret? Margaret Nichols?
I blink awake to find Sophie Freeman bending over me. Her long blonde tresses brush my cheeks. I moan in agony, and my hand flies to my head.
Margaret?
She calls.
Are you okay?
I turn my head from one side to the other. Thinking hurts. Everything hurts, especially my head. What happened?
I found you unconscious on the floor. What are you doing in my closet?
I clamp my eyes shut against the light from the overhead fixture and struggle to put the last few hours back together. I don't even know what time it is or how long I've been out. Sophie hooks one arm behind my shoulders and lifts me up.
Man, I'm glad you came too. You had me so worried.
I support my aching head in one hand. I'm sorry, Sophie. I shouldn't have come into your house uninvited. I was just so surprised that you moved away. What are you doing here, anyway?
I came back to get the rest of my things. That's when I found you. I was hoping I'd run into you so I could let you know I'm leaving town. I'm moving back to Alabama to take care of my mother. My sister has been taking care of her for the last 10 years while I gallivanted around the countryside. Now my sister's nerves are shot, and she's leaving to move to Idaho with her boyfriend. So I guess it's my turn to be the responsible daughter. Besides, I've got no one else in the world. It'll be nice to be around someone I know and care about for a change. I raise my eyes to her face. So I misjudged her, again. She's not a heartless troll after all. I'm glad I got a chance to talk to you before you left. I think I might know something about who killed Scott. Really? What did you find out?
Is there any chance, I choose my words with care, is there any chance Scott could have, been unfaithful? Sophie stares at me in shock for a minute. All at once, she jumps to her feet and snatches a pair of high heels off the shelf.
I don't know what you're talking about. He was a workaholic. When would he have time for anything else?
Okay, I murmur. I'm not saying he was unfaithful. That's what I came here to ask you. Sophie grabs a hat box and rips the top off. She starts stuffing shoes in it right and left.
Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore what happened to Scott. It's ancient history, and I'm leaving. In a few days, this whole crazy situation will be nothing but a nightmare.
I watch her whiz around the closet in a frenzy. She reminds me of something, if I could only remember what it was. I spot the book lying crumpled and upside down on the floor next to me. I pick it up. The first page lies bent at an angle, but now I can clearly make out the words on the first page. Woke up shaking again this morning. Whose books are these, Sophie? I hold it up. She doesn't even turn around.
I must have been on drugs when I married Scott. When I look back on those years, I don't even recognize myself. My instincts told me not to, but I didn't listen.
She stops dead in the act of pulling another hat box off the shelf. She jerks around to stare at me.
Margaret?
Yeah?
What were you doing passed out on my closet floor?
I look around me one more time. Now that I think about it, I can't explain what happened. I sat down here to read this book. Then there was a sharp pain in my head, and everything went black. My hand flies to the back of my head. I feel a lump the size of a golf ball.
Someone must have hit you.
Sophie's eyes dart sideways to peer around the closet. The truth dawns on both of us at the same time. Someone must have been in the house.
But who?
She whispers. Your front door was unlocked. I struggle to my feet. Come on, we're getting out of here. It's not safe for either of us in this house. Chapter 15. Zach presses a bag of frozen peas into my hand and guides it to my swollen head. He holds it in position for a moment before he stands up. Keep that on the bump for 20 minutes, Mom. It will help take the pain away. He goes to the kitchen and comes back with a tray. He places a cup of steaming tea in Sophie's hands. He sets a plate of cookies on the coffee table and heads upstairs to leave us alone. Sophie watches him out of sight. That kid is going to break some hearts one of these days. I wince when the peas touch my skull. I think he already is. He's just too considerate to let his mother know about it, so he keeps it hidden from me.
He's a very nice boy. You're lucky.
I know it, I reply. He's a mother's dream. She gazes out the window at the dark.
I wish I had kids. Maybe then I would have some reason to keep living. Now Scott's dead, and I probably never will.
What are you talking about? I cry. You're young. You've got all the time in the world to meet a nice guy. You've got the rest of your life in front of you. She shrugs.
I'm no good with men. I'm not good at picking the right ones.
Huh, I snort. You and me both. She blinks at me.
Really? You seem like you've got it all together.
Me? That's a laugh. I'm the biggest failure there is at choosing the right man.
But what about...
She looks toward the stairs.
What about Zach's dad?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. He was the biggest loser on the books. Scott was a prince compared to him. She won't stop staring at me in amazement.
What did he do?
Oh, nothing serious. He just controlled me and demeaned me and robbed me of my self-esteem. He made me believe I couldn't survive without him. He told me he was 100 times more intelligent and capable and worthy than I was. He made me believe it, too. It took me 20 years to snap out of it and start living my own life. Her eyelids pop.
Wow. I always think of Scott as some kind of oddity. I never thought there could be others like him.
I see the walls start to crumble, and I take the hint to press her for more information. What was he really like? He must have been more than just a workaholic. What was he like when he wasn't working? She bows her head and studies her hands knotted in her lap.
He wasn't a workaholic. Not really. He worked long hours when he was first opening a new franchise, but the rest of the time he worked normal hours like anybody else. I just tell people that so I don't have to explain what he was like when he was at home. He was domineering and insulting. If I ever disagreed with him, he threw handfuls of $100 bills into my face and told me to shut the heck up. He refused to let me travel to visit my family. I wanted to go back to school to get my degree in art, but he said I was too stupid for that. He said my job was to sit around and look good for him, that and to put out in bed. He said I didn't have the right to say no, not even when I was sick with the flu.
Oh my goodness, Sophie, I'm so sorry. She steals a peek up at my face.
I guess we're not so different after all.
No, we're not. I'm sorry I judged you when I first met you.
Everybody does, she continues. That was part of Scott's plan. He designed me to be the linchpin in his perfect facade. He said it was my job to look as good as the rest of the life he constructed for me. But he was really constructing it for himself. He built up this empire to show the world how great he was, and I had to go along with it.
Sophie, I venture, did he ever cheat on you? This could be the missing piece of the puzzle that could help us find out who killed him.
He cheated on me all the time. He always had some little floozy on the side. The first couple times it happened, I confronted him. I got upset and made a big scene.
He apologized and said it would never happen again. After a while, though, he didn't even bother to do that. He said as long as he was paying my credit card bills, he could do whatever he wanted. Do you know if he had taken up with anyone here in town? I ask. It doesn't seem like he was here long enough for that. She bursts out laughing. You didn't know him. He could have picked someone up his very first day in town. I wouldn't put it past him. Did he... I don't want to say it. Would he have hooked up with a married woman? He would hook up with a lamppost if that's what he wanted. She fires back. A woman being married would never stop him if he set his sights on her. Did he have any particular type? Did he go for successful business owners like himself? Was he picky at all about who he hooked up with? She looks away. I'm sure I don't know half the women he slept with. I don't think he had any kind of standard, as long as she was willing. I nod down into my teacup. All right, I'll pass that on to Detective Graham. She looks up at me. You don't think someone he was sleeping with killed him, do you? I don't know exactly. It could have been someone he slept with, or it could have been someone's husband. I don't know because we don't have enough evidence yet. I probably shouldn't have said anything about it until we knew for sure. Was your ex-husband a cheater? I have to smile at that. If he was, I never found out. I was too submissive even to ask myself that question. I never saw any sign that he was, but he didn't need to be to ruin my life. I saw plenty of signs. Scott never tried to hide them from me. I gasp in surprise. Really? What did you see? I smelled perfume on him more than once. A few weeks ago, I found really dark lipstick on his shirt collar. I mean, it was like purple-black, it was so dark. I frown. Now, who in this town wears lipstick that dark? I found a scrap of fabric in my house once, she goes on. It was faded black cotton, like it came from someone's t-shirt or something. It had very cracked white paint printed on it, but the fragment was too small. I couldn't make out the design or anything. What did you do with the fabric? I threw it out. I destroyed the evidence, as you say, so I wouldn't see the reality of my situation staring me in the face. I got rid of it the same way I washed the lipstick out of his shirt. Did he have, My cheeks color, trying to put my thoughts into words. Did he have a den somewhere that he took his women? Did he have an apartment or a house or somewhere like that, all set up where he could go sleep with them? She shakes her head. Nothing like that. He would do it anywhere, in the back of the cafe, in the alley, in his car. He would even do it in our house. That's why the fabric was there. That's what I figured, at least. The pieces start falling together in my head. So Scott was doing it in his car with someone with dark lipstick. Did he ever mention to you that someone was threatening him? Oh, sure. He was getting those notes all the time. He would find them everywhere, in the mailbox, on his dashboard, taped to the cafe door, you name it. They were everywhere. Did they start when you moved to Rockshield? I ask. Or was he getting them before? Only since we moved here. No one bothered him before. I even got one. I found it in my grocery delivery. It said something like, "Your husband is a liar and a cheat." Well, I already knew that, so I threw it out with the rest of the evidence, and I never told Scott about it. What was the point? Did he mention the threats to the police? I ask. I told him he should, but he said it could impact his business if customers saw the police around his establishment. He said he had to walk a tightrope until the business got established. So what did he do? He hid the notes, she replies. I don't know where. He said he would put them somewhere safe until the business got on its feet. Then he would take all of them to the police. I guess he never got a chance. No, he didn't. I take a sip of my tea. I guess we don't really need to ask who could have a reason to threaten him. Are you thinking the killer threatened him? Maybe, I reply. Then again, maybe someone else threatened him and the killer found out about it. Maybe they took advantage of it to get rid of Scott and throw the blame on the person who sent the notes. Sophie shakes her head. Someone would have to be pretty cruel to do something like that. Someone would have to be pretty cruel to sit next to Scott and pour poison into his coffee, too. Sophie speaks in a tiny voice. I've never seen her so uncertain before. So, what are you going to do? I'll talk to Detective Graham, but it won't be tonight. It's after 11 o'clock, and my head is killing me. I topple sideways onto the couch. Even holding the frozen peas to my head makes my pulse throb in my brain. I close my eyes and cower into the cushions. What about me? Sophie asks. I can't go back to that house. You can stay here, I tell her. Or you can leave town the way you planned. You don't have to stick around. She looks around the room without seeing anything in front of her. I can just picture the parade of conflicting emotions warring in her heart right now. She wants to flee, to get away from everything Scott was to her. This whole town is Scott to her now. She can't be here without thinking and breathing Scott. On the other hand, she probably wasn't planning to split town at nearly midnight with no preparations in place. She would be walking out with the clothes on her back. She probably doesn't even have a place to stay tonight, and Rockshield doesn't have any hotels. My heart goes out to her. She might have gazillions in the bank, but she's just as helpless as every other sad character running away from a disastrous relationship. Stay here, Sophie, I tell her. You're more than welcome. You can go back to Alabama in the morning. She breaks into a sigh of relief, and her eyes mist over. Her voice cracks when she tries to speak. Thanks. I heave myself up to a sitting position. Come on, I'll take you to the... I collapse back with my head spinning. I clutch my pounding skull and swim in and out of consciousness. Ooh. Zach comes tripping down the stairs at that exact moment. Okay, you're going to bed, young lady. Sophie rushes to my side. Are you okay, Margaret? She'll be fine. She just needs to go to sleep. Zach takes hold of my arm and supports me to the stairs. Sophie's staying over tonight, I tell him. She'll need to... I'll take care of Sophie, Zach interrupts. Now stop stalling and march. He pushes me up the stairs and into my room. He doesn't let go of me until I slump down on my own bed. He lowers me onto the quilt and tucks me in. Good night, Mom. I can't keep my eyes open a second longer. I hear Zach's voice out in the hall. This way, Sophie. We have a guest room, but I'm not sure it's as nice as what you're used to. She answers from the room down the hall. It's wonderful. Thank you, Zach. You and your mother are so very kind. I don't hear any more. I fall into a void of blackness where I can't feel the pain in my head anymore. Chapter 16. I wake up with a splitting headache the next morning. The first thing I see is David Graham sitting by my bed. The sun squeaks between the curtains that cast my bedroom in shadow. David sways back and forth in the rocking chair. I squint at him through my misery. "Hello, who let you in?" He chuckles. "Believe it or not, your nursemaid was very nice about it. He said you would probably want to see me instead of him when you woke up." I rub my tender head. "How long have I been out?" "About 12 hours. Zach called me about 7 o'clock this morning and told me what happened last night. He said he didn't want to wake you up, and he had to open the candy store this morning. Would you believe he actually asked me to come over and keep an eye on you so he could go open the store?" I sink onto my pillow with a groan of pain. I can't believe it, actually. I didn't think he would be so supportive. He appears to be coming around to the idea. He also told me about your meeting with Sophie Freeman last night. "Where is Sophie?" I ask. "Is she still here?" "She left town at the crack of dawn, but she left you a note thanking you for all you've done for her. She thinks the sun rises and sets on you." "Scott was cheating on her with Sabrina Harris," I tell him. "He was a serial cheat, and he was controlling and abusive. She also says she got one of those notes telling her he was cheating." He nods. "I ran those samples through the crime lab in Peterborough. The cedar chips match the trees behind the bakery. The chocolate also matches the recipe from the baker's dozen." "Sophie says Scott would fool around with his conquests in his car if he was messing around with—" I stop. I don't want to be the one to say it. "Go on. You don't have to keep quiet anymore," he replies. "If he was messing around with Sabrina in his car, that explains why he didn't notice the chocolate or the dirt and try to clean them up. He was too busy." I throw my arm over my face to stop myself from laughing. I don't want to think about it. He laughs too. "All I can say is that the two of them must have been fully engaged at the time." "What are you going to do?" I ask. "I'm going down to the bakery as soon as I get out of here. I'm glad you're awake. It means whoever assaulted you didn't cause any major brain damage." He stands up. I heave myself upright. "I'm coming with you." "Oh, no, you're not. You're going to stay right there in bed and rest. You're in no condition to—" I don't answer. I try to stand up and teeter on my heels before I catch my balance on the bedpost. I double over and lower my head between my knees. "This is silly, Margaret," he tells me. "You sustained a blow to the head. You're not strong enough to go traipsing off across town." I summon my strength to push myself upright. I haven't stopped working on this case since Scott was killed, and I'm not about to stop now. If you're going to confront Alan and Sabrina, I'm coming with you. I put out my hand for my clothes. I have to stop now and then while my head spins. David frowns down at me and shakes his head. "You're impossible. You do know that, don't you?" I pull a knitted sweater over my head and bunch my hair into a ponytail behind my head. "Irresistible, you mean?" He chuckles. "I would probably have to arrest you for obstruction if you weren't so annoyingly lovable. If you're gonna come, you better come. Don't forget to tie your shoes." I don't bother to change out of my pajama bottoms. I stick my feet into my sneakers and hobble out of the room. My head hurts a lot more than I'm willing to admit, but there's no way on God's green earth I'm going to sit at home and be left out of this. I get into David's car, and he drives into town, even though it's only a few blocks. He parks in front of the candy store, and we walk toward the bakery. He holds out a hand to slow me down.
We're just here to question them, understand? Don't throw the evidence into their faces until we get a clear answer on their relations with the victim. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, sir. I salute him in military fashion. We face the bakery, but before we get anywhere near the front door, I hear voices again. This sounds nothing like the friendly shouting back and forth that Zach and I heard before. Yells bellow over each other in rapid succession. They don't even wait for each other to finish speaking before they shout back. David hesitates by the door.
What in the world is going on in there?
I peek through the windows, half afraid of what I'll see. Sure enough, Alan and Sabrina stand in front of the counter, facing off in an unholy showdown. They blare at each other in a tumult of confused arguments. In front of our shocked eyes, Alan snatches a knife off the counter and brandishes it at Sabrina. She raises both hands and backs away, all the time talking as fast as she can to explain herself. David eases the door open and sneaks into the bakery in a crouch. His hand migrates to his belt, and he eases his sidearm out of his holster. For once in my life, I thank the stars I can hide behind an officer of the law. If I had known we would be interrupting an armed standoff, I would have stayed in bed. David creeps forward. I try to stay hidden behind the tables and chairs. Now that I'm in the same room with Alan and Sabrina, I can make out what they're saying.
I gave you everything! Everything!
Alan thunders.
We could have opened another store and maybe made this into a chain. We could have been successful and you had to go and ruin it.
Sabrina holds out both hands to her husband.
Put the knife down, Alan. We can talk about this. What is there to talk about? You destroyed everything we built together, you worthless tramp. I wish I'd never laid eyes on your worthless face.
At that moment, David launches himself into a standing position. He locks his arms and aims his gun at Alan.
Hold it right there. Put the knife down and put your hands behind your head.
Quick as lightning, Alan lunges for Sabrina. He grabs her by the neck and spins her around. Before anyone can react, he locks one elbow around her chest and holds the knife to her throat.
Stay back. Don't come near me, or I swear to God I'll kill her.
David doesn't twitch a whisker.
It's all over, Alan. You're under arrest for the murder of Scott Freeman. You're also under arrest for attempted murder and assault. Put the knife down and come quietly. Don't make this any harder than it has to be. She's the one you should be arresting, he shrieks. She's a traitorous slut. She's the one that got that guy killed. Why don't you arrest her while you're at it?
Sabrina fights to break his hold, but her voice shakes with terror.
I never killed anybody, you rat! You killed him in cold blood! No way are you pinning this on me!
Shut up!
Alan stares all around him in wild mania.
Stay back, or I swear I'll kill her. Don't think I won't do it. We all know you'll do it, David rumbles. You already killed Scott. What do you have to lose killing your own wife? You're already going away for life. Why not make it 2 life sentences instead of 1?
Don't tell him that!
Sabrina screeches.
You're darned right I killed him,
Alan roars.
I saw him hit on her with my own 2 eyes. I saw him come to the back door to sweet-talk her right in front of me. That low-down cur didn't give a hoot who found out what he was doing. He picked her up from the bakery in that fancy car of his, and when I confronted him about it, he laughed. He said if I couldn't satisfy my wife, he had no choice but to do it for me.
You brainless cod,
Sabrina snarls. You never appreciated me. I work my tail off to keep this bakery running. What do you do besides sit in your office and crunch the numbers? You would be nothing without me. You don't even have the decency to thank me when I'm working 17 hours a day to put money in your pocket. You think I went with him for sex? At least he had the decency to thank me afterward, which is more than I can say for you. I want to get out and talk some sense into these two, but the knife in Alan's hand and the gun in David's make me stay out of sight. Talking to people in the peace and quiet of their living rooms is one thing. I don't want to get mixed up in this kind of craziness. David takes one hand off his gun and holds it up so Alan can see his palm. Listen, man, I don't know what went on between the two of you, but it doesn't have to end in bloodshed. Put the knife down. You pig. Sabrina digs her fingernails into Alan's arm and yanks. He was a decent guy, and you killed him. I hope you burn in hell for what you did. I killed him all right. Alan lets out a demonic cackle. You should have seen the look on his face when the poison hit. I wanted to catch it on video, but that would leave a trail of evidence. Unfortunately, you left a trail of evidence anyway, David replies. Those notes you sent him made it pretty obvious. I even tried to tell that stupid wife of his. Alan fires back. Do you know she didn't even care that he was screwing everything in sight? As soon as I saw that, I knew I had to take matters into my own hands. I couldn't let a piece of trash like that keep walking the streets. He was a menace to society. Is that what you told yourself? David shakes his head. Alan looks around again. Don't ask me what he sees, but he hauls Sabrina sideways down the counter. He must be trying to take her somewhere. I can't let that happen. We have to get this guy under arrest before he hurts someone else. I think fast. There must be something I can do. In a panic, I grab the nearest table and flip it on its legs. I toss it over with a crash, and it knocks into 4 chairs. A racket of falling furniture echoes through the bakery. Alan starts back in surprise. At that instant, Sabrina raises her arm and slams her elbow into his guts. Alan buckles with a grunt. The moment gives Sabrina just enough time to wriggle out of his grasp. She darts toward David and leaves Alan alone with the knife still clutched in his hand. For a fraction of a second, Alan and David eye each other in matched determination. The next thing I know, Alan wheels around and bolts for the kitchen. He skids around the corner and loses his footing. David rushes up behind him and rides him down to the ground. He jams his gun into the back of Alan's neck and pins him to the floor. Don't move. He wrenches Alan's arm behind his back. He wedges his knee into Alan's kidneys and snaps handcuffs around his wrists. I race to Sabrina's side. Are you all right? He didn't hurt you, did he? She presses her hand to her heart. I'm all right. Thank you so much for distracting him, Margaret. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't. Alan chokes against David's hold. She didn't even care. She didn't even care. Sabrina stares down at him, still panting hard. I always cared, Alan. I never stopped caring. He clamps his eyes shut, and his voice breaks with sobs. She didn't even care. I tried to tell her, and she didn't even care. I lay my hand on Sabrina's arm. I don't think he's talking about you. He means Sophie Freeman. He tried to tell her Scott was cheating on him. David wrestles him onto his feet. Come on, man. I'll book you at the station, and then I'll drive you to the county jail in Peterborough.
He gives me a clipped nod before he marches Alan out of the bakery. I see him push Alan's head into the cruiser's back seat. A moment later, the cruiser glides out of town. I steal a glance at Sabrina. Are you going to be okay on your own? She stares around the bakery with wide eyes.
I never thought I'd ever be here without Alan.
What will you do now?
I'm not sure,
she stammers.
I've always worked with him. I started out working for him, and it grew into a relationship. I've never done this on my own.
You could, I suggest. You said yourself you do all the hard work, and he couldn't run the bakery without you. You could take over. You could run this place.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
She twists her toe into the floor.
I'm not good with numbers and money and all that.
Well, you'll just have to learn. Look at me. I never ran my own business, but I made up my mind I was gonna do it, and I did. It's a learning process, but it's worth it. She shakes her head and lowers her eyes. I don't know. You just need to have confidence in yourself. You're smart enough to learn. Alan controlled you, but you're free now. You can do this if you just try. You're a lot stronger than you think. She peeks up at me.
Do you think so?
I know so. The more I see women in bad relationships, the more I see how they can turn their lives around if they just believe in themselves. Think it over. You don't have to do anything right away, but I know one thing for sure.
What's that?
You have customers who expect you to serve them, I remind her. You have a business to run, and Alan's not around to do it for you anymore. It's time for you to step up to the plate and swing the bat. It's either that or you close your doors right now, and I don't think you want to do that. She casts another sweeping glance around the bakery. Cookies, donuts, bagels, cakes, and big puffy eclairs line the glass display case. And Sabrina made them all with her own 2 hands. A change creeps over her at the sight of her own handiwork. You're right, I don't. I give her arm one last pat. You better get at it then. If you need me, I'll be right next door. I slip out, back to my own store, where I find Zach behind the counter. The last image I catch of Sabrina is her still standing there in front of the display. She gazes lovingly at her baked goods. I sure hope she realizes how truly talented and resilient she is. She's got a good thing going on in that bakery. It would be such a shame for her to throw it all away just because Alan lost his head. Chapter 17. I turn on my garden hose and mosey through the backyard. I soak every plant with loving care and give the geranium a long drink. Now that Alan Harris is going down for Scott Freeman's murder, I don't mind taking the rest of the day off from working in the candy store. My head still hurts, but I can't stay in bed. Life calls me to get involved with it. I can't sit around while it passes me by. After I water everything, I take my trowel and mulch around the rose bushes. I work my way over all the plants and trim off dead leaves and blown flower heads. I wind up back at the porch again, with my blood pounding in my temples. Maybe I'm not as energetic as I think I am. I sit down on the step and turn my attention to the geranium. I pinch off a withered leaf when I hear the gate latch slot open. David wanders into the garden, and his eyes light up when he sees me working on the geranium.
Is it blooming yet?
I have to laugh. I think it is.
That's good.
He sits down on the step next to me.
I was hoping you would say that.
Did you take Alan to Peterborough? He nods.
He's all locked up and still raging about how Sophie Freeman didn't care that her husband cheated on her.
I shake my head over the plant. If he only knew the truth.
Why didn't you tell him? David asks. You had the chance to tell him she was just as upset about Scott cheating as Alan was. Why didn't you tell him when you had the chance?
I couldn't do that. I couldn't burst his bubble to make him understand he killed Scott for nothing.
It wasn't like that,
he tells me.
He would have killed Scott either way. He didn't care about Sophie's reaction. He's just using her as an excuse after the fact. He made up his mind to kill Scott long before he ever sent that note to Sophie. I wouldn't be surprised if he made up his mind to kill Scott before he ever sent a threatening note to Scott himself.
I cock my head. Do you really think so? I never thought of that.
When someone crosses that line, they'll stop at nothing to get what they want. He made up his mind to get revenge on Scott. He didn't need a valid reason. It didn't have to make sense. He wanted it. He set his sights on it, and he got it. Nothing could stop him.
I study him from the side. You sound like you know all about it.
When you work with these people year after year, you get a sense of how they think. When you look at it the right way, you start to understand they're really like toddlers. They want that candy bar, and woe to anyone who gets in their way. Telling them it will rot their teeth or spoil their dinner means nothing to them. All the reasons not to bounce right off them. They want it, and they're going to get it. End of story.
I fight back a smile. Now you sound like you know something about toddlers. How did you learn so much?
Heck, lady, when you've been around the block as many times as I have, it just seeps in through your pores. That's what comes of getting old.
You're hardly old, I counter. You're still young.
I'm glad you think so.
He reaches across the step to take my hand.
I came over here to thank you for doing such good work on the case. We wouldn't have solved it without you.
I blush and bow my head. Thanks.
You're welcome to work on cases anytime you want to. Unofficially, of course, since you're not deputized or anything.
My eyes pop. Really? Thanks.
Just don't make me regret that decision. You'll still have to abide by official procedures. Please, please, if you care about me at all, make sure you don't do anything to contaminate a case. I could get sacked if you did.
Okay, I'll do my best. He closes his eyes.
I'll probably rue the day I said this, but if you want to work on cases, I'll be happy to have you along. You've done good work so far.
I can't stop blushing and muttering, thanks.
That son of yours is taking to the store like a duck to water.
He is? I ask. What is he doing?
When I was in there earlier, he was making display trays for the sweet sale. He was constructing fancy tiered racks out of stiff card paper and decorating them with tinsel and shiny flower sequin things.
He holds up his thumb and forefinger to make a circle the size of a quarter. I blink at him in shock. He is?
Maybe he wanted to surprise you. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
I never knew he was doing anything like that, I murmur.
While I was in the store, he took a phone call from one of your suppliers.
He goes on.
He modified your order and changed some of the numbers. When I asked him about it, he said you hadn't taken into account the block party at the end of the month. He said he was saving you shipping costs, and by ordering more at one time, he was taking advantage of a bulk price from the supplier. He said he looked over the list you made and realized he could do better. I hope I'm not causing trouble between you two by telling you.
I bend over the geranium again. I should have known he would come up with something like this. I shouldn't have resisted him getting involved. I should have trusted him. He cocks his head to study me.
Are you sure he's not stepping out of line?
He's been trying to tell me for weeks that he needed to take on more responsibility. I didn't want to give it up. I wanted the store to be all mine. Now I realize this is where he needs to be. I shouldn't be so selfish.
It is your store, he points out. You have no reason to let him push you out.
He's not pushing me out. He's just taking his rightful place. It's all right. I'll talk to him about it.
He seems to have come to an understanding about us, too,
he goes on. I smile up at him. Is there an us?
If it's blooming, there is. Zach doesn't even blink now when he tells me where you are. He seems to have accepted it.
He has, I tell him. I might even start to believe he's happy about it.
I wouldn't go that far. At least I don't have to worry about him driving me off with a shotgun.
I laugh out loud. That would be funny.
Not really. How about joining me for dinner tonight?
His hand becomes more obvious in my grasp. All at once, the sensation of his skin sparks a burst of electricity up my arm. I don't really feel like going out tonight. Why don't you have dinner here?
I could do that.
He slides closer to me on the step.
How long before Zach gets home?
He closes the store at 5, so we've got a few hours before we have to face him.
It's too bad we don't have the house to ourselves tonight, he remarks.
We could always go to your house, I suggest. We wouldn't have to worry about him there. He rolls his eyes upward.
Don't even joke about that. You don't want to go to my house.
Why not? Is it really that bad?
It's worse, he retorts. It's a stable. I told you that.
I don't believe it. Even if it is, why don't you clean it up, now that you have some reason to make it presentable? He spins around to study me.
Good idea. I didn't think of that.
Sitting so close to him on the back step with no one around, holding hands and talking like real people, fills me with happiness. Everything's perfect. He runs his thumb across my knuckles and breathes in a long breath.
I knew I kept you around for something. Knowing you might one day set foot in my house will definitely motivate me to fix it up.
Maybe it will motivate you to do more than that, I offer.
Maybe.
Silence descends between us, but it's the most peaceful silence I've experienced in a long time. Neither of us has to fill it with any small talk or plans for the future. Sitting here together is enough. We're both where we need to be. We're the people we need to be, and we're together. We complete each other in ways I could never imagine. I always thought relationships had to end with moving in together, getting married, and living happily ever after. Now I find out they can be complete enough without that. David being his own independent person with his own house and his own work, and me being my own independent person with my own house and my own work and my own commitments, doesn't make us any less a couple. If anything, it makes us stronger because we can stand on our own 2 feet. We can still hold hands and support each other and be there for each other. We can still understand each other and care about each other. I never knew I could feel so satisfied with myself and my life. I love everything about my life and in my life right now. It won't stay like this. Nothing ever does, but even that's okay. I can deal with the changes when they come, and I'll be just as strong and happy and independent then as I am now. Chapter 18. Zach sticks his head through the front door and calls out, "Come on, Mom, everybody's out here already." I call back from the stockroom, "I'm coming." I hurry out front to see him hefting a trestle table in his burly arms. He carries it out of the candy store and unfolds it on the sidewalk next to the one he's already set up outside. His tiered displays exhibit trays of chocolate and jars of lollipops. Boxes of sweets and packages of fudge and toffee crowd the table. He puts out signs just as the first visitors start to arrive. I carry one glass jar after another and line them up on the second table, while Zach serves the people and talks to them about the store. In a few minutes, crowds stream into Main Street. I cast a glance back and forth across the town. David's cruiser angles across the street to block traffic, and another police car obstructs the other end of Main Street. Sabrina Harris has her own stall set up in front of the bakery, and a delicious aroma of sugar syrup, frosting, and cinnamon breezes to my nose. I catch sight of her handing donuts and bagels and slices of cake to passers-by. Tanya Wilkins works at her side without a break. Ever since Alan went to prison and Sabrina bought out his share of the bakery, business is booming next door. Sabrina hired Tanya to work the counter so she could concentrate on the baking and her management duties. Sabrina happens to look up and sees me watching. She cracks a broad grin and waves to me. I wave back. I couldn't ask for a better neighbor. She's hardworking and determined. Ever since she got rid of Alan, her confidence has soared, and she's coming into her own as a successful business owner. A cheery voice hails me from my other side.
Yoo-hoo! Good morning, Margaret. Don't give away all that fudge before I get a taste.
I turn around to see Stacy Kuntz waving to me. She's got several carts set up in front of the Happy-Go-Lucky Cafe, serving hot food, coffee, and even salads. 2 streaks of purple dye highlight her blonde hair at the temples. They make her stand out from the crowd even more than she normally does. She bustles between the carts, overseeing everything.
Check the cooler temperature, Jaden,
she calls to one of her many employees.
You let me know if they start to run low on creamer, Sally. We have plenty in the cafe. I can bring it out to you whenever you need it.
Yes, Miss Kuntz, the girl replies. I lay a paper napkin in my palm and place 2 slices of fudge on the surface. I take them over to Stacy. Here you go. Just don't tell me you want to start handing fudge out to your customers with the check. She laughs.
I think I'll stick to hard candy for that. I might resell them, though. I could mark the fudge up and sell it to people at the checkout.
I frown. You would resell my own fudge right next door to my store?
Don't worry.
She waves her hand at me.
I would mark it up enough that people would definitely want to buy it from you. I'll tell them that if they like it so much, they can get it cheaper at the candy store down the block. Does that satisfy you?
My face clears. Okay, that's all right, I guess.
I wouldn't cut you out, darling. We're in this together. You know that.
I take a look around the town. Mr. Stewart has a large table set up in front of his shop across the street. A miniature poodle stands at attention while Mr. Stewart clips its curly fur with a pair of scissors. Down the block, kids play in the fenced yard around the daycare center. Visitors browse boxes of books set out in front of the bookstore. Only Scott Freeman's old coffee canteen stands vacant and abandoned. No one gives it a second glance. I know just about everyone on this block, and they all know me. I trust and get along with each of these business owners. None of them would ever undercut me. I know that now. While I watch, the Navy boys, Greg and Frankie, come strolling through the crowd, shoulder to shoulder. They grab a cookie each from Sabrina before they make a beeline for Stacy's coffee cart. Frankie waves to me. "Hi, Margaret. Don't give away all the Pop Rocks." I have to laugh. "Don't worry, Frankie. I'll always keep a supply of Pop Rocks on hand just for you." Simone Peretti floats toward me. None of the people clustered around her seem to touch her ethereal form. A halo of unearthly vapor surrounds her and holds her apart from the living. She glides toward the table. I hesitate to say her eyes widen when she looks at the chocolates, but she definitely shows a special interest in them.
"I would like to order some of these trays, Margaret," she rasps. "These are the best chocolates I've ever tasted."
I gasp out loud. "Wow, Simone, I didn't know you had a sweet tooth."
"I don't. At least I didn't until I tasted these. It appears I'm more corruptible than I realized."
She selects one of the chocolates out of the tray with her skeletal fingers. She puts it into her mouth and gazes at a spot above my head while she smacks it around her mouth. Her paper-dry lips contort and twist when she chews.
"Ah, yes,"
she husks deep in her throat.
"That's the taste I remember. It's magnificent. Yes, I think I'll order 5 of these trays."
5? I exclaim. "Are you sure? You know they have to be refrigerated."
"You don't need to concern yourself with that. I have a small refrigerator in my shop behind the counter. I usually keep milk in it for my morning tea. I can keep these in there as well, and I don't suspect they will last long enough to lose their freshness."
My eyebrows go up. "All right, Simone, I'll put the order in for you." Just then, David comes sauntering out of the crowd. "Hello, gang. Well, this block party certainly turned out to be a success. I didn't think so many people would come out for it." Zach speaks up from behind the table, in between passing out lollipops to the local kids. "I'm surprised the police department doesn't have a table set up." "We should have thought of that," David replies. "We could be educating the next generation of law enforcement officers." "Hey, I've got an idea." Zach points to the far end of town. "Why don't you move that cruiser closer in front of the daycare center? Open all the doors and let the kids sit in a real-life cop car. It could be a big hit." David's eyes pop. "Great idea. Thanks, man." He claps Zach on the shoulder and turns away to go do it, but he stops at the last minute and examines me. "Why don't you come with me? Once I get the car moved, we can stroll around and see all the displays." I glance back at the candy tables. Zach is up to his elbows in handing out free samples to everyone and answering questions. "I don't think I should. Zach needs me here." "Go ahead, Mom. Enjoy yourself," Zach tells me. "I've got it covered. You should mingle." David takes hold of my arm. "You heard the man. Come on." He guides me through the crowd toward the cruiser. On the way, I bump into Kyle Davidson with Jonah, on a leash for a change. "Margaret!" he hails me. "Isn't this great? I've never seen so much free food in one place." I have to laugh. "Don't bust a gut, Kyle. Good boy, Jonah." I scratch the dog behind the ears, and he wags his tail. That's all the reaction anybody can expect out of that dog. Kyle shakes hands with David. "How are you, Detective? Good job nabbing Scott Freeman's killer." "It wasn't me," David replies. "It was Margaret." "It was not," I counter. "You're the one who faced down an armed killer while I hid behind the chairs. I could never do that." "Well, good job to both of you," Kyle replies. "You two make a good team. I feel safer with you on the beat." He meanders off into the crowd. David drifts to my side as we continue our way down the block. "I feel safer with you on the beat, too." I jab him with my elbow. "Cut it out. You said yourself I'm not a cop. I'm just a busybody who can't mind her own business." "Nonsense." He takes his keys out of his pocket and pops the cruiser door. "I really think you've got a knack for detective work." I slide into the passenger seat. "Do you really think so? You're not just blowing sunshine up the leg of my pants?" "I wouldn't do that. You're really good at this." He fires up the engine and swings it around in front of the daycare center. When we get out, he opens all 4 doors to reveal the interior. The kids flock closer to take a look. "Are you sure this is okay?" I ask. "I don't think you should leave the car unattended with children sitting inside. What if something happens? You won't be able to see the displays if you're stuck here all day." "I don't have to hang around. Tomlinson will keep an eye on the car for me." He waves behind me, and a uniformed police officer hurries over. He takes his place next to the open driver's door. Kids are already swarming all over the car, pointing at the controls and talking in excited voices. Tomlinson takes up his post, and David sidles farther away. He murmurs low into my ear. "That son of yours is a genius." I smile up at him as we migrate off into the crowd. The 2 men in my life have come to an understanding with each other. It makes me feel even more secure in my future and in myself. Everywhere we turn, I meet someone I know. Patti Matthews appears, sucking on a lollipop like one of the children. She beams at me with her sparkly eyes.
"I'm going to sit in the cop car. I've always wanted to do that."
"How are you, Patti?" I ask. "Did you get your family emergency straightened out?" She stops and frowns at me.
"What family emergency?"
I wave her away. "Never mind. Have a good time, Patti." I watch her hurry away to the cruiser. At least the family emergency was nothing serious. I'm sure she'll be back at work in the candy store in a day or 2. "That's weird," David remarks. "She doesn't have any family." I shrug. It doesn't matter. She's living on her own personal planet. "You can say that again," he mutters. Just then, Mary King rushes up to me and grabs my arm. "Margaret, you won't believe what just happened. I got promoted. I'm a checker at the supermarket. Can you believe that?" I had to pass a math test, and my boss ran a background check on me. I passed, and I got the job, and it's a full-time position and everything. Can you believe it? She jumps up and down, and tears stand on her eyelashes. She's so happy. I put my arms around her and give her a hug. "Congratulations! I'm so proud of you. I knew you could do it." She takes both my hands and holds me at arm's length. "I never could have done it without you. You believed in me when no one else did. I never would even have tried if you hadn't encouraged me." "I'm just happy to help, Mary," I tell her. I'm delighted to see you getting on your feet after your mother's death. There's nothing you can't do if you set your mind to it." She sniffs back tears. "I really believe that now. I never would have believed it before. You've shown me what life can really be, and I'm so grateful to you, Margaret. I'm so happy to have you for a next-door neighbor." She gives me one more hug and bounds off into the crowd, more animated than I've ever seen her before. She's really coming to life now that she doesn't have her oppressive mother holding her down. I turn around to find David studying me. "What?" "You should run for mayor of this town," he remarks. I swat his arm. "Shut up." "I mean it." He falls in at my side, walking down the street. "Look at you. You're like the hostess greeting all her guests in this town. Everybody comes to you with their problems, and everybody loves you. You're the fulcrum around which this town revolves." "I am not," I chide. "I've been living here less than 4 months. "Well, you've certainly made an impression on everyone. Everybody knows you, and everybody likes you. Who better to run for mayor?" "I don't know everybody," I point out. "There are plenty of people in this town I still haven't met." "Like who?" he asks. I point to the daycare center. "I still haven't met whoever set that place up. There are lots of people who live on your side of town that I don't know. Considering how much I work, there are a lot of people I don't know." "Now you're just making excuses. You would get to know them." "Besides," I go on, "Rockshield doesn't have a mayor. It's too small." He doesn't reply, but I can't help noticing a little smile twitching the corner of his mouth. I turn my attention back to the block party. Zach is holding court down by the candy store. Stacy is up to her eyeballs in customers, and Sabrina is beaming like I've never seen her before. David's right about one thing. I get along with everyone I know in this town. Everywhere I go, people are happy to see me. I have something to talk about with all of them. I'm involved in their lives, and they're involved in mine. For the first time in my life, I belong somewhere. This is home, and I couldn't ask for anything more. This has been Game of Tarts by Wendy Meadows, narrated by Lily Jane.